park rangers from across the country share their most unsettling encounters with wildlife. Get ready to hear chilling stories of close calls and unexpected encounters with some of nature's most fascinating and dangerous creatures. My name is Dr. Fatima Al-Jamil. The Dakar part is mostly silent these days, a relic from a past life in academia, but it's fundamental to who I am. With a doctorate in wildlife biology, my world is one of data, observation, and logical deduction. I believe in ecosystems, in predictable animal behaviors, and in the scientific method. The forest, to me, is not a place of myth or legend. It is a complex, knowable system. For the past 6 years, I have served as a backcountry ranger in Shenandoah National Park. It's a career change that shocked my university colleagues, who couldn't understand why I'd trade a climate-controlled lab for a world of mud, sweat, and the constant threat of Lyme disease. But I needed to be here, in the heart of the system. I'd spent my life studying on paper. My official duties are a blend of manual labor and public service. I maintain sections of the Appalachian Trail, clearing fallen trees after a storm, reinforcing switchbacks eroded by rain, and ensuring the white blazes that guide hikers are fresh and visible. I check permits, educate visitors on leave no trace principles, and occasionally perform first aid for the blisters and twisted ankles that are the park's most common injuries. My domain is the deep backcountry, the places where the day trippers from DC rarely venture. Here, the dangers are tangible and well documented. Dehydration in the summer heat, sudden, violent thunderstorms that can cause hypothermia even in August. Encounters with the park's healthy population of black bears, which are almost always more scared of you than you are of them. My training, my experience, my entire worldview was built on a simple premise: the threats are on the ground. I was taught to read the story told in mud tracks, to identify the scat of different animals, to spot the tail signs of a den or a nest. I was an expert in the horizontal world. That was my mistake. It was a profound, deeply ingrained error in perspective. I had completely forgotten to look up. It began not with a bang, but with a series of whispers. Small, persistent oddities that were easy to dismiss on their own. The first reports trickled in from Appalachian Trail, through hikers, that unique breed of humanity attempting to walk from Georgia to Maine. They are fond of strange stories, their minds often muddled by exhaustion and solitude. So, when the first few mentioned items going missing from their packs, I logged it and moved on. A titanium spork here, a headlamp there. Things easily misplaced. The hikers themselves would blame their own fatigue. Hiker brain, they'd call it. A fog of forgetfulness brought on by endless miles. But the reports continued, and a strange pattern began to emerge. The missing items were specific. It wasn't just random gear. It was almost always something small, dense with calories like a Probar, or something shiny and complex, a GPS unit, a multi-tool, a pair of sunglasses, raccoons. The usual suspects for camp thievery are clever, but they aren't discerning collectors. A bear would have shredded the whole pack for the food, not delicately extracted a single energy bar. I filed the reports, attaching my standard, logical explanation. Probable animal activity. Likely raccoons or squirrels. Then came the stories about the noises. They were always heard at dusk or in the dead of night, coming from high up in the dense canopy. Hikers struggled to describe them. It wasn't the hoot of an owl or the chittering of a squirrel. One hiker, a young man with wide, earnest eyes whom I interviewed near the Black Rock summit, described it as tape recorder playing human speech, but sped up to chipmunk speed. Another, a seasoned hiker in her 60s, told me it sounded like dozen people trying to whisper a secret at the same time, but their tongues were too big for their mouths. They all agreed on one thing. It was not the sound of any known animal. It was complex, rhythmic, and disturbingly intelligent. I offered them the usual explanations. The wind through a specific type of pine needle can create strange acoustics. Tree frogs, in a large enough chorus, can sound almost mechanical. They would nod, wanting to believe the rational explanation from a woman in a Park Service uniform. But their eyes held a deep, unshakable unease. I felt a flicker of it myself, a professional annoyance more than anything. These stories were messy. They didn't fit into the neat boxes of my training. They were data points without a corresponding theory. One afternoon, in late September, I experienced it myself. I was working on a washout near a trail section called the Saddle, a good 2-hour hike from the nearest road. The air was still and heavy, the sky a flat, gray sheet. The only sounds were my own breathing and the scrape of my shovel against rock and soil. I'd left my pack about 50 feet down the trail, propped against a large oak. After an hour of hard labor, I took a break. Walking back to my pack to get my water bottle, my hand went to the side pocket where I always kept it. It was empty. I frowned. I was meticulous about my gear. I never moved things without thinking. I checked the other pocket, then unzipped the main compartment. No water bottle. I scanned the ground around the pack, thinking it must have rolled out. Nothing. Then I heard it. It was a faint, high-pitched sound from directly above me. A rapid series of clicks and soft, wet, chattering noises. It was precisely the sound the hikers had described. Unsettlingly organic, yet structured. I froze, my head tilted back, my eyes scanning the dense canopy of the oak tree. The leaves were thick, a ceiling of green and gold that blocked the sky. I saw a flicker of movement, a brief, dark shape shifting from one branch to another, impossibly high up. It was too quick, too agile for a squirrel, too small for a bear cub. For a full minute, I stayed there, straining to see, listening to the silence that had once again descended. And in that silence, I felt a sensation I hadn't felt since I was a child afraid of the dark. The primal, certain feeling of being watched. I shook it off. It was a bird, I told myself. A pileated woodpecker, maybe. Their calls can be strange, and they move quickly. The water bottle. I must have left it at the truck. Hiker brain. It can affect rangers too. I forced a laugh. The sound swallowed by the oppressive silence of the woods. But as I walked back to my work site, I couldn't shake the feeling. I found myself glancing up into the trees every few seconds, a new, nervous habit that felt entirely alien to me. The forest, my sanctuary of knowable things, suddenly felt taller, deeper, and full of secrets I wasn't equipped to understand. My ground-level perspective, the very foundation of my expertise, was beginning to feel like a profound and dangerous limitation. The real wilderness I was beginning to fear wasn't just around me. It was above me. The weeks that followed my experience at the saddle were marked by a subtle but profound shift in my professional conduct. On the surface, I was the same Ranger Al Jamil. I cleared trails, spoke with hikers, and filed my reports with scientific detachment. But a new, nagging variable had been introduced into my tidy ecological equation. I found myself unable to shake the memory of that sound, that fleeting shape in the canopy. My logical mind, the bedrock of my identity, churned with explanations. A flock of starlings, perhaps whose murmuration, when started suddenly, could sound like a chattering hiss. A fisher cat known for its unsettling, sometimes human-like screams. I cycled through every possibility my biological training could offer, but none fit perfectly. None accounted for the feeling of being intelligently observed, nor for my missing water bottle, which, I confirmed later, was indeed not in my truck. It had vanished from my pack on that silent, lonely trail. My patrols took on a new dimension. My gaze, once fixed on the trail ahead, now constantly drifted upwards. I'd pause mid-stride, listening, scanning the dense lattice of branches overhead. I became acutely aware of the forest's verticality, a three-dimensional space I had previously treated as mere background scenery. The ancient oaks and hickories no longer looked like simple trees. They were towers, potential hiding places, a sprawling, unseen wilderness suspended above the one I knew. My colleagues noticed the change, albeit in jest. Looking for woodpeckers again. Fatima. One of them chuckled as he found me staring into the canopy near Stony Man. Mountain. I just smiled and said I was admiring the fall colors. How could I explain the truth? That I was searching for an anomaly my brain refused to accept. Driven by this disquiet, I started digging. During my off hours at the ranger station, I delved into the park's archives, sifting through decades of incident reports, looking for patterns. Most were mundane, but tucked away in older, pre-digital logs were strange footnotes, vague mentions of unusual vocalizations, and unexplained disappearances of small items dating back to the 1970s. Then I stumbled upon the folklore. Every mountain range has its stories, its local legends of mysterious creatures. The Blue Ridge Mountains are no exception. I found old newspaper clippings and scanned passages from regional history books about the feral people of Shenandoah. The stories were always sensationalist and, frankly, offensive, describing isolated, supposedly inbred families living deep in the hollows, degenerated by generations of seclusion. I had always dismissed these tales as Appalachian Gothic nonsense, the kind of urban legend fodder that city folks love to tell about rural places. They were stories meant to scare, not to be believed. But some details in the older accounts snagged my attention. They described these feral people as being unnervingly agile, moving through the woods with a speed and silence that was natural. A few even mentioned a preference for high places, of being glimpsed on ridgelines and rocky outcrops. There was never a mention of them climbing trees, yet the subtext of impossible agility was there. I dismissed it again, irritated with myself for even entertaining such thoughts. I was a scientist, not a cryptozoologist. I was letting the anxieties of a few spooked hikers and my own overactive imagination get the better of me. The tipping point came in mid-October. A through hiker, a German tourist with very little English but a state of art camera, came into the Big Meadows Visitor Center, visibly shaken. He showed the ranger at the desk a photograph. The ranger, a young seasonal employee, called me over. The photo was blurry, taken at maximum zoom, and aimed high into the canopy. It showed a tangle of leaves and branches and darkening sky. But in the center, if you looked closely, was a shape. It was pale and indistinct, a smudge of white against the green. The German hiker kept pointing at it, repeating one of the few English words he knew. Monkey. No. Man, monkey. It was too distorted to be definitive proof of anything. It could have been a trick of the light, a strangely shaped fungal growth, or even a piece of trash caught in the branches. But it was enough. The data points were messy, but they were accumulating. My professional responsibility and a terrifying curiosity I could no longer deny demanded I investigate further. That evening, I decided to do a final, unofficial patrol. I chose Hawksbill Mountain, the highest peak in the park. It was where the German hiker had taken his photo, and where several of the chattering incidents had been reported. I told my supervisor I was going to do a quick sweep for any unreported campfires before the temperature dropped. As I drove up the winding Skyline Drive, a thick, wet fog began to roll in from the valley, a common occurrence in the fall. It swallowed the scenic overlooks and shrouded the trees in a ghostly white veil. By the time I parked at the trailhead, visibility was down to less than 100 feet. It was perfect. The fog would muffle my sound, and the impending darkness would give me the best chance of hearing the noises the hikers had described. Walking the trail to the summit was an eerie experience. The fog deadened all sound, creating a profound, almost pressurized silence. The world shrank to the small circle of ground illuminated by my footsteps. The familiar woods felt alien, transformed by the mist into a labyrinth of gray, skeletal trees. I felt a knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach, a feeling I recognized as fear. It was not the rational fear of a bear or a sudden storm, but a deeper, more primal dread. The fear of the unknown. I reached the summit, a rocky clearing with a stone observation platform. The view, normally a stunning panorama of the Shenandoah Valley, was now just an endless sea of roiling white. I was utterly alone. I switched off my flashlight, letting my eyes adjust to the gloom. The silence was absolute. Minutes stretched by. The only sound was the faint rush of blood in my own ears. I began to feel foolish. I was chasing shadows, spooked by hiker tales and my own imagination. I was about to turn back when I heard it. A soft crunch of leaves. It wasn't on the trail in front of me or behind me. It was directly above. My heart hammered against my ribs. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, deliberately, I raised my head. I thumbed the switch on my high-powered flashlight. The beam, a brilliant white spear, shot upwards, punching a hole through the fog. It cut through the swirling mist and the grasping, naked branches of a massive oak tree that overhung the clearing. And there, perched on a thick limb about 30 feet up, it landed on a figure. Time itself seemed to fracture. The seconds stretched into geological ages, each one filled with an impossible torrent of information that my brain struggled and failed to process. My flashlight beam was unwavering, a solid column light holding the creature in place like a pinned specimen. It wasn't a bear or a bobcat. My mind, in its desperate search for a familiar category, discarded those instantly. The German hiker's words echoed in the screaming silence of my thoughts. Man-monkey. It was a crude but terrifyingly accurate descriptor. The figure was humanoid, but only in the broadest sense. It was crouched, not like a predator ready to spring, but like a gargoyle settled onto its perch, a posture of absolute stability and comfort. It was naked, its skin a pale, almost translucent white, like the belly of a cave fish. It was utterly hairless and seemed to glow with a faint luminescence under my light. It was gaunt, emaciated even, yet the body was not one of weakness. Every muscle and sinew was visible beneath the tight skin, a road map of lean, functional strength. Its limbs were the most shocking aspect. They were unnaturally long and thin, bent at angles that suggested an extra joint or a degree of flexibility that no human possessed. Its arms, which were braced against the oak limb, seemed to end in hands with impossibly long, slender fingers, splayed wide for grip. Its legs were folded beneath it, terminating in feet that were just as long and dexterous. The toes curled around the branch, with the grip of an eagle's talon. My biologist's mind, even in its state of adrenal shock, was taking frantic, useless notes. Arboreal adaptation. Elongated phalanges for increased grip surface area. Lack of pigmentation suggests a nocturnal or deeply shaded existence. Minimal subcutaneous fat indicates high metabolism. It was a stream of academic observation that did nothing to quell the rising tide of pure animal terror. The stories I had dismissed, the sensationalist tales of feral people, flooded my brain. But this was no product of inbreeding or mountain isolation. This creature was not built to walk on the ground. Its entire physiology screamed of a life spent in the trees. It was a primate, but one that had evolved on a completely different branch of the evolutionary tree, hidden in the canopies of a world that we, the ground dwellers, had never thought to explore. Its head was cocked to the side, regarding me with an unnerving, placid curiosity. Its face was narrow and angular, with a small, lipless mouth and no discernible nose, just two vertical slits. But the eyes were the abyss. They were huge, perfectly round, and utterly black, with no visible sclera or iris. They were orbs of liquid darkness that drank in the light from my flashlight and reflected nothing back. They did not blink. They simply watched me, and in their depths, I saw not aggression, not malice, but a vast, intelligent, and completely alien awareness. It seemed to be studying me with the same intensity I was studying it, a scientist examining a foreign species that had wandered into its territory. Then it made a sound. It wasn't a growl or a hiss. It was a soft, intricate clicking sound, made with its tongue against the roof of its mouth. It was complex, rhythmic, almost conversational. Tik, tik, chke tiki. And from the fog-shrouded branches of the surrounding trees, I heard other, similar clicks in response. A chorus of unseen tongues echoing from the left, the right from behind me. The fog, which I had seen as a tool for my investigation, was now my prison. It was a curtain hiding the audience. The blood in my veins turned to ice. A single, catastrophic realization crashed through my terror. I wasn't looking at one of them. I was in the middle of a whole troop. A silent, vertical society. They were all around me, hidden in the mist and the leaves. The one in my flashlight beam was merely the sentinel, the first to reveal itself. All the strange data points of the past months clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The missing gear, snatched by silent, dexterous hands from above. The chattering noises, the sounds of their communication drifting down from the canopy. The blurry photo of the man, monkey. I had walked right into the heart of their territory without ever knowing it existed. I had been so focused on the threats of the forest floor that I never realized the true wilderness was suspended 30, 50, 100 feet above my head. These creatures had watched thousands of hikers pass beneath them, silent and unseen, a hidden ecosystem thriving just beyond our line of sight. My hand instinctively went to the radio on my hip, my fingers brushing against the cold plastic. My training screamed at me, report. Call for backup. You have discovered an unknown, potentially dangerous species. But a deeper, more primal instinct took over. It was a sudden, absolute certainty that any sign of aggression, any sudden movement, any attempt to call for the cavalry of my ground, level world, would be a fatal error. The sentinel in the tree had not moved. Its gaze remained fixed on me, curious, unthreatening. But I knew, with a chilling conviction, that this peace was fragile. I was an intruder, and my life depended on showing them I was not a threat. Slowly, deliberately, I lowered my flashlight, letting the beam drop from the creature's face to the branch, and then to the ground. I did not turn it off. I needed to see my way out. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but I forced my limbs to move with a slow, measured grace I did not feel. I took one step backward. The sentinel's head tilted a fraction more. The clicking from the surrounding trees paused. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath, watching me. I took another step back, my boots making an unnervingly loud crunch on the gravelly summit. I kept my eyes fixed on the pale shape in the tree, the only one I could see. Its expression, if it could be called that, was unreadable. It simply watched me go. I continued to back away, step by agonizing step, into the cold embrace of the fog. I did not turn my back until I was 100 yards away, the oak tree and its occupant completely swallowed by the mist. Then, I turned and walked, not ran, back down the trail. Every rustle of a leaf, every snap of a twig, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me, but no sound came from above. They were letting me go. The official report I filed for my evening patrol was a masterpiece of omission. It mentioned the thick fog and the lack of any campfire activity. The missing gear reports from the hikers are still officially attributed to animal activity. How could I ever say anything else? Who would believe me? I would be dismissed as crazy, my career over, my scientific reputation shattered. But I know what I saw. My mistake was one of perspective. My training, my science, my entire life had been focused on the horizontal plane. I was an expert on tracks, scat, and the disturbances on the forest floor. I never thought to check the trees. Here in Shenandoah, the wilderness is not just a place you walk through. It's a place that hangs over your head, silent and watching. The real wilderness is above you. My name is Owen Grady, and for the past 3 years, I have been employed by the U.S. Forest Service as a fire lookout. My post is a solitary one, perched atop a steel tower in a remote sector of the Gifford National Forest in Washington State. It is a lonely profession by its very nature, a fact that has never bothered me. On the contrary, I find a certain profound peace in the quiet, in the vast, uninterrupted sea of green that stretches to the horizon in every direction. The wind is my most constant companion. Its voice a low moan through the struts of the tower on calm days, a frantic shriek during the late autumn storms. From my glass-walled perch, I am the sole guardian of hundreds of thousands of acres, a silent observer watching for the first tail wisp of smoke. The job is one of routine and discipline. Each dawn, I climb the 113 steps to the catwalk, the cold metal biting at my hands, and enter the small, square room that serves as my office, my kitchen, and my world. The first order of business is always the same, a 360-degree sweep with the binoculars, my eyes tracing the familiar ridges and valleys, the deep shadows of the old-growth firs, and the shimmering surfaces of distant alpine lakes. I log the weather conditions, temperature, humidity, wind speed, and direction, and send the report via a crackling single sideband radio. The rest of the day is spent in vigilance, punctuated by the simple acts of living, brewing coffee, reading well-worn paperbacks, and mapping the slow, inexorable march of the sun across the sky. It's a life stripped down to its essentials, and I have come to cherish its simplicity. My sector, designated Sector 7G, is a sprawling tapestry of wilderness, but one area within it has always held a particular, somber fascination for me. We call it the burn zone. Roughly 2 decades ago, a lightning strike ignited a fire that consumed nearly 50,000 acres before the autumn rains finally extinguished it. The forest is patient, but its recovery is a slow, arduous process. While the surrounding woods teem with life, the burn zone remains a stark and unsettling testament to nature's destructive power. It is a graveyard of giants, a landscape of blackened, skeletal trees, clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The ground is a carpet of gray ash and charcoal, and a strange, profound silence hangs in the air, broken only by the creak and groan of dead wood. The animals seem to know better than to linger there. The birds fall silent at its edge, and even the insects seem to shun its desolate expanse. Hikers and campers, drawn to the vibrant life of the Gifford Pinchot, tended to give the burn zone a wide berth. Its trails are unmaintained, its landscape unforgiving and monotonous. It is a place of ghosts and memories, not recreation. Yet, over the past year, it had developed a more sinister reputation. 3 individuals, all lone hikers, had vanished in or near its perimeter. The first was a young woman, an experienced backpacker named Sarah Jenkins. Her car was found at a trailhead, bordering the zone's eastern edge, a day-old cup of coffee still in the console. The second, a retiree named Marcus Thorne, was a known mushroom forager who often skirted the burn zone for chanterelles. His wife reported him missing when he failed to return by dusk. The third was a young man in his 20s, a drifter whose name no one seemed to know for sure, last seen buying supplies in the nearest town, telling the store clerk he was heading into the woods to get away from it all. In each case, the search and rescue operations were extensive. Teams of volunteers and rangers combed the forest for weeks. Helicopters chopped the air overhead, their infrared cameras scanning for any sign of heat of life. They found nothing. No bodies, no discarded gear, not a single boot print or broken branch to suggest a path. It was as if these 3 people had walked into the woods and simply ceased to exist. The official explanations ranged from animal attacks to simple misadventure, but a quiet unease had settled over the region. People who had lived their whole lives in the shadow of the forest spoke, in hushed tones, their words laced with a primal fear. It was against this backdrop that my supervisor, a career ranger named Henderson, with a face like a road map and a voice that sounded of gravel and coffee, radioed me with a new assignment. "Owen," he began, his voice tinny and distant, "I need you to come down from the tower. We're scaling back the official search for the last one, but the sheriff's office is still getting pressure. I want you to do a ground patrol, a long one. Take a couple of days, hike the deep perimeter of the burn zone. We need to officially rule out any kind of transient camp or squatter situation. See if you can find anything at all that the search teams might have missed." There was an unstated wariness in his voice. This wasn't about finding the missing hikers anymore. It was about procedure, about closing a file. I understood. I packed a 3-day supply of food, my best compass, a topographic map, and the standard issue sidearm I was required to carry but had never once unholstered. The following morning, under a sky the color of slate, I locked the door to my tower, descended to the forest floor, and began my trek toward the edge of the burn zone. The transition was jarring. The air grew still and heavy. The cheerful chirping of the forest gave way to an oppressive silence, and the rich, loamy smell of damp earth was replaced by the dry, acrid scent of old ash. I felt like I was crossing a border into another country, a dead land where the normal rules of nature no longer applied. I was a man who loved solitude, But as I stepped among the skeletal trees, a different kind of loneliness took hold. One that was cold, unwelcome, and edged with a distinct sense of being watched. I spent the first day hiking a wide, sweeping arc along the western perimeter of the burn zone. The work was grueling. The ground, a compacted mixture of ash and hardened soil, crunched under my boots with a sound like grinding glass. The landscape was a monochromatic nightmare of black and gray, a place utterly devoid of color and life. The dead trees stood in silent, twisted formations, their charred limbs reaching for a sky that seemed permanently overcast. There were no game trails to follow, no paths of least resistance. Every step was a conscious effort, my legs protesting, as I navigated the treacherous, uneven terrain, littered with fallen logs and sharp, splintered trunks hidden just beneath the ash. The silence was the most unnerving part. In a healthy forest, there is a constant hum of activity. The rustle of a squirrel, the distant call of a jay, the buzz of insects. Here, there was nothing. The silence was so absolute, so profound, that it felt like a physical weight pressing in on me. The only sounds were those of my own, making my own ragged breathing, the rhythmic crunch of my boots, and the frantic, overclocked thumping of my own heart. By late afternoon, I made camp in a small, sheltered depression, just outside the official boundary of the burn. I built a small, smokeless fire, more for the psychological comfort than for warmth. As darkness fell, it brought a new dimension to the desolation. The skeletal trees transformed into jagged silhouettes against the fading light, looking like an army of misshapen sentinels, standing guard over a dead world. I ate my rations without appetite, my senses on high alert. I found myself straining to hear something, anything, in the oppressive stillness, but there was only the low whisper of the wind weaving through the dead branches, a sound like a long drawn-out sigh. Sleep did not come easily. I lay in my sleeping bag, the cold of the ground seeping into my bones, and stared up at a starless sky. The feeling of being an unwelcome intruder growing with every passing hour. I felt exposed, a single point of warmth and life in an ocean of cold matter. The second day, I pushed deeper into the heart of the zone. Henderson had wanted me to patrol the perimeter, but a nagging curiosity, a ranger's instinct, pulled me inward. If there was a transient camp, it wouldn't be on the edge, it would be hidden, tucked away in the most inaccessible part of the forest. The topography became more challenging, the ground sloping steeply into a series of ravines and gullies that hadn't been visible on my map. It was in one of these hidden hollows, a place that would have been invisible from the air and nearly impossible to stumble upon by accident, that I found it. It was something that defied all logic, a living paradox in this kingdom of the dead. A colossal, ancient cedar tree. It must have been one of the original old growth giants, its trunk easily 15 feet in diameter. By some miracle of nature, it had survived the fire that had incinerated everything around it. Its survival, however, had come at a cost. The entirety of its massive trunk was charred, jet black. The bark fused into a solid, glossy sheath, as if it had been dipped in obsidian. Its lower branches were gone, burned away, but its upper canopy, hundreds of feet in the air, still held a defiant crown of green. It stood alone, a solitary monument of life in a vast necropolis. As I drew closer, another sensation hit me. It was a smell, faint at first, but growing stronger as I approached the base of the great tree. It was a bizarre, unnatural odor, a chemical tang like burnt rubber or melting plastic, layered over the sickly, sweet, cloying scent of old, rotting meat. It was a smell of decay, but not the clean, earthy decay of the forest. This was something foul, something industrial and wrong. My curiosity, that professional and often dangerous trait, got the better of me. I circled the base of the trunk, my hand resting on the cool, strangely smooth surface of the charred bark. On the far side, hidden from the main approach, was a large, hollowed-out opening. It wasn't a fresh break. The edges were worn and smooth. It looked less like damage and more like a doorway, a dark, gaping maw leading into the heart of the tree itself. The strange, rubbery smell was thickest here, wafting out from the darkness within. I hesitated, a primal instinct screaming at me to turn back, to leave this place and never return. But the mystery of the missing hikers, the quiet weight of my duty, pushed me forward. I unholstered my flashlight, its powerful beam cutting a sharp cone through the gloom, and peered inside. The hollow was immense, far larger than I would have guessed. It was a natural cavern, easily tall enough for a man to stand upright and wide enough for several people to shelter inside. The interior walls were not rough and splintered as one would expect. They were worn smooth, polished to a dark, greasy sheen, as if something very large had been rubbing against them for a very, very long time. The floor was covered in a thick layer of debris, a mixture of old leaves, dirt, and something that looked disturbingly like shredded, discolored fragments of bone. It was in that moment, standing at the threshold of that dark, foul-smelling hollow, that a memory surfaced from the deep recesses of my mind. It wasn't an official training manual or a ranger's briefing. It was something far older, something I had heard years ago in a rundown tavern in one of the small logging towns that bordered the forest. It was a story told by an old, grizzled lumberjack with watery eyes and a hand that trembled from a lifetime of hard labor and cheap whiskey. He was talking about fearsome critters, the bizarre, mythical beasts that were said to haunt the deep woods, creatures born from the isolation and anxieties of men who spent their lives in the wilderness. Most were laughable. The axe-handle hound, the splinter cat. But one had always stuck with me. He called it the gumbaroo. The legend, as the old logger told it, described a creature that defied all natural laws. It was said to resemble a giant, hairless bear, but its skin was not fur, but a thick, black, leathery hide that was as tough as vulcanized rubber. This hide made it nearly impervious to harm. Bullets were said to ricochet right off it. It was perpetually hungry, its diet consisting of anything it could catch, including humans. Its preferred lairs were the hollowed out trunks of burned trees, especially cedar. As the story went, there was only one way to kill a gumbaroo fire, But the legend came with a terrible, cruel twist. If you managed to set the Cree blaze and burn it to death, its rubbery hide would release a thick, oily smoke. And anyone who was unfortunate enough to inhale that smoke would find their lungs and internal organs coated with a fine, insoluble layer of rubber, leading to a slow, agonizing death by suffocation over the course of several days. It was a story designed to be a perfect, no-win nightmare. For a long moment, I remained frozen at the threshold of the dark hollow, the lumberjack's ridiculous story echoing in the vast, dead silence of the burn zone. A gumbaroo, a hairless, bulletproof bear with rubbery skin. My rational mind, the part of me trained in forestry, in biology, in the predictable and explainable patterns of the natural world, scoffed at the notion. It was a tall tale, a piece of backwoods folklore cooked up by lonely men with too much time on their hands and too much whiskey in their bellies. Such stories were as much a part of these forests as the Douglas firs and the western hemlocks, colorful fictions to pass the time and spook greenhorns. My job was to deal in facts, in evidence, in the tangible reality of a missing persons case. I was looking for a transient camp, not a monster from a child's nightmare. The smell was probably a chemical seep from the soil, a result of the intense heat of the fire reacting with minerals. The polished walls of the hollow were likely the result of water erosion over many years. There was a logical explanation for everything. Yet, I couldn't shake the visceral dread that had taken root in my gut. The story, as absurd as it was, fit the scene with a terrifying, jigsaw puzzle precision. The burned-out tree, the hollow lair, the unnatural smoothness of the walls, the foul, rubbery stench that defied any natural explanation I could conjure. My logical mind was at war with a more primal, instinctual part of myself, a part that whispered that the world was far older and stranger than my training manuals suggested. I had to know for sure. I had to debunk the fantasy, to find the piece of evidence that would allow me to dismiss the old logger's tale and return to the comfortable, predictable world of rules and reasons. Gripping my flashlight with a white, knuckled intensity, I took a shallow breath, instinctively trying to avoid the full fullness of the air, and forced myself to step across the threshold into the belly of the ancient cedar. The beam of my flashlight cut through the oppressive darkness, dancing over the debris-strewn floor. My boots sank into a soft, mulchy layer of rotted wood and what I steadfastly refused to identify as bone fragments. The air inside was thick, heavy, and cold. The smell of burnt rubber and decay so potent it made my eyes water. I ran the light along the polished, greasy walls, seeing my own distorted reflection shimmering back at me from the dark, glossy surface. I was searching for anything mundane, anything that would ground this place. In reality, a discarded food wrapper, a modern piece of camping gear, anything to suggest a human presence. My light swept across the back of the cavern, and that's when it caught the glint of oxidized metal. Half hidden beneath a pile of charred debris and filth, there was an old, rusted can. I knelt, using a gloved hand to brush away the detritus. The red and yellow logo was faded, but still legible. It was a can of lighter fluid. A cold spike of adrenaline shot through me. It was an old can, perhaps years old, but it was unmistakably man-made. My light darted around the immediate area, and then it found the second object. Lying just a few inches from the can, almost perfectly preserved in the dry ash, was a single, spent shotgun shell. The brass base was tarnished. The red plastic casing faded to a dull pink. I picked it up. It felt heavy in my palm, a small, cold piece of a much larger, horrifying puzzle. In an instant, the entire story clicked into place in my head, playing out like a silent, ghastly film. It wasn't a transient. It was one of the missing hikers. Perhaps Marcus Thorne, the old mushroom forager who would have known the local legends. Or maybe the young drifter, a man who had come to the woods seeking solitude and found something else entirely. He had stumbled upon this tree, just as I had. He had been drawn in by the same morbid curiosity, and inside, he had come face to face with the thing that lived here. He had encountered the creature from the legend. He knew the stories, or perhaps instinct and desperation, were his only guides. He'd tried to fight it. First, with the shotgun. I could picture him, his hands trembling, leveling the weapon in the cramped darkness of the hollow. The blast deafening. The flash of fire illuminating a scene from hell. And I could picture the shot being useless. The pellets whining as they ricocheted off a tough, leathery hide, just as the old logger had said they would. Panic, sheer, animal terror. But in that terror, he remembered the second part of the legend. The creature's only weakness, fire. He had come prepared, or had been fantastically lucky, carrying the can of lighter fluid. In a desperate, final gambit, he had doused the beast, or perhaps the debris on the floor, and set it ablaze. I could almost smell the sudden, soon discovered why. Acrid stench of burning rubber filling the small space. Hear the enraged, unearthly shrieks of the creature as the flames took hold. A battle to the death in a burning, smoke-filled tomb. My mistake, I realized with a sudden, chilling clarity, was thinking I was investigating a standard missing persons case. I wasn't. I was standing at the scene of a battle between a man and a myth. I scrambled backwards out of the hollow, stumbling into the gray daylight, gasping for the clean, ash-scented air of the burn zone. My mind reeled. I looked back at the dark maw of the tree, at the silent, blackened sentinel. Did the hiker succeed? Did he actually kill the beast? The thought offered a brief flicker of hope, a vision of human courage triumphing over a primordial nightmare. But then, the final, cruelest detail of the legend slammed back into my consciousness. The smoke. The toxic, oily smoke released by the creature's burning hide. Standing there, breathing in that faint, lingering, rubbery smell, I realized the horrifying truth. In this particular story, winning and losing looked terrifyingly, indistinguishably similar. If the hiker had lost the battle, he was dead. If he had won, he had inhaled the smoke. He would have stumbled out of this hollow, victorious, only to have his lungs and organs slowly, inexorably coated with a fine layer of rubber. He would have walked away from his triumph, only to die a slow, agonizing, suffocating death somewhere out in the vast, Silent wilderness, his body never to be found. A wave of nausea and terror washed over me, so powerful it made my knees weak. I had been breathing that same air. I backed away from the tree, my heart hammering against my ribs. I did not run. I walked. A steady, deliberate retreat. My eyes locked on the hollow, until I had put 100 yards of dead, skeletal trees between it and me. Then I turned and hiked, faster than I had ever hiked in my life, not stopping until I was well clear of the burn zone's oppressive border. I filed my report the next day. I stated, truthfully, that I had found no evidence of any transient camps. I made no mention of the giant cedar, the hollow, the lighter fluid, or the shotgun shell. Some things do not belong in official records. Some truths are too monstrous for the tidy, logical world of reports and files. The other 2 hikers remain missing. I don't know if they met the same fate, or if the woods hold other, equally terrible secrets. I only know that I will never look at the forest the same way again. I am still a lookout, still a guardian of the green expanse. But now I know that deep in the woods, in the places scarred by fire and forgotten by time, there are things that defy explanation. Some secrets are better left buried in the ashes. My official title is Protection Ranger Kenji Tekka, and for the past 12 seasons, I have been stationed at Lake Clark National Park and Preserve. It's a title that carries a certain weight, a sense of responsibility that extends over 4 million acres of some of the most unforgiving and achingly beautiful wilderness on the planet. My job is a paradox. I am a guardian of a land that needs no guardian, a lawman in a place that has its own ancient, unwritten laws. I handle everything from wildlife management and visitor safety to the grim, inevitable task of search and rescue. The wilderness out here operates on a different scale of existence. It is not merely large. It is vast in a way that can swallow sound, light, and life without a trace. It is a tapestry of towering volcanoes, crystalline lakes, and forests so dense they seem to absorb the sky. But beneath that sublime beauty, there is an undercurrent of profound indifference. The land doesn't hate you, but it doesn't love you either. It simply is, and your survival within it is entirely your own concern. We get a lot of missing persons cases. Most are tragic but ultimately explainable. An unexpected fall from a ridge, a sudden, brutal shift in weather leading to hypothermia, or a defensive encounter with a brown bear, so protecting her cubs. We find them, or we find what's left of them, and we piece together a story that fits the known logic of this place. But the case of the hiker from Anchorage, a man named Daniel Cartwright, was different. The call came in on a Tuesday morning in late September. The air had that sharp, metallic bite that signals the coming of a long winter. Daniel's car, a well-maintained Subaru Outback, had been parked at a remote trailhead for 4 days, far longer than the hiking plan he'd left with his roommate would account for. The initial report was straightforward, but it came with a heavy footnote. Daniel was an experienced outdoorsman, a man who knew how to read the land and respect its power. He was also, his roommate reluctantly admitted, known to suffer from severe, recurring episodes of depression. That single piece of information changed the entire tenor of the operation before it even began. In the briefing room, a palpable shift occurred. The focused energy of a rescue mission, the urgency, the sliver of hope that you cling to, evaporated and was replaced by a somber, methodical sense of duty. We were no longer looking for a lost hiker. In our minds, this was already a recovery mission. The immediate, logical assumption was suicide. We assembled a team of 6, including myself. We were all seasoned rangers, familiar with the terrain and the grim protocols of these situations. As we loaded our packs with gear, the usual chatter was subdued. There were no jokes, no boasts, just the quiet, efficient rustle of nylon and the click of buckles. We drove out to the trailhead, the silence in the truck thick with unspoken thoughts. We've all seen it before. The wilderness has a way of calling to people who are in pain. For some, it is a place of healing. For others, it is a place to be consumed, to disappear into something so immense that their personal suffering feels insignificant in comparison. The first 2 days of the search were a grueling, fruitless exercise in determination. We combed the area in a grid pattern, our voices calling his name, Daniel, into the dense stands of Sitka spruce and hemlock. The calls were swallowed by the trees, the echoes dying flat and sudden, as if absorbed by a vast, silent presence. The ground was a treacherous carpet of moss, covered roots and slick, damp earth, making every step a conscious effort. We scarred ravines, glassed the mountain sides with binoculars, and followed game trails that led to nowhere. There was nothing. No broken branches, no discarded piece of gear, no sign of a campfire. It was as if Daniel Cartwright had simply stepped out of his car and vanished from the face of the earth. By the evening of the second day, a quiet frustration had settled over the team. We were tired, our muscles ached, and the constant, draining vigilance was wearing on our nerves. We made camp as dusk blood purple and orange across the sky, the immense silence of the wilderness pressing in on us. Around the crackling fire, we spoke in low tones, going over the maps again and again, searching for a possibility we had missed. But the logic remained unchanged. A man with a history of depression, alone in this vast emptiness. The conclusion felt as solid and cold as the ground beneath us. On the third morning, the air was colder still. A fine mist clung to the trees, giving the forest an ethereal, ghostly quality. There was a different feeling in the air, a tension that was more than just the accumulated fatigue. We decided to search a section of older, growth forest to the west of the primary grid, an area characterized by gnarled, twisted trees and thick undergrowth. It wasn't a likely path for a casual hiker, but for someone looking for solitude, for a final, quiet place, it made a grim sort of sense. That's when we found him. He hadn't fallen. He hadn't been attacked. He was about a mile from the trail, in a small, unnaturally quiet clearing. He had hanged himself from the low, sturdy branch of a small, twisted spruce tree. Its needles were a dark, unhealthy, looking green, and its trunk contorted towards the sky, as if in agony. It was a sad, Grimly familiar scene, the kind that stains your memory. The body was still, suspended in the damp, quiet air, a silent testament to a battle lost. The team fell silent. The professionalism took over, unnecessary. Against the wave of sorrow and the sheer wrongness of the sight, we began the somber work of documenting the sight. A couple of rangers took photographs, their clicks unnaturally loud in the stillness. Others began preparing the equipment to respectfully transport the body. It was a process we knew well, a series of methodical tasks that kept the deeper, more unsettling thoughts at bay. As the others worked, I did a final sweep of the area, my boots sinking softly into the damp earth. My role was to ensure we missed nothing, no clue that might offer a different explanation, though my mind had already accepted the one before us. I walked the perimeter of the small clearing, my eyes scanning the ground, and that's when I found them. In a patch of soft, dark mud near the base of the twisted spruce tree, there were footprints. Dozens of them. They weren't from our boots, and they certainly weren't from Daniel's. My breath caught in my chest. They were small, slender, and distinctly barefoot, like the prints of a child. But that was impossible. No child would be out here, and certainly not without shoes in this terrain, at this time of year. The ground was cold, verging on frozen. Hypothermia would set in within an hour. I knelt closer, a cold dread washing over me that had nothing to do with the morning chill. The prints were strange. While the size was that of a child, maybe 6 or 7 years old, the stride between them was too long, unnaturally long. They didn't lead to or from the clearing. They simply circled the spruce tree over and over and over again. The mud churned and pressed down by their passage. It looked as if a group of small children had been dancing in a frenzy, right at the foot of the dead man. My mind, trained for years to observe, analyze, and conclude based on evidence, stalled. It was like a machine fed a command it could not compute. Child-sized footprints. Barefoot. In the near, freezing mud of a remote Alaskan forest. The stride long and loping, circling a scene of suicide. Each element was a categorical impossibility, yet the evidence was right there, pressed into the dark earth. My first instinct was to call out to the team, to bring them over, to let other eyes confirm what I was seeing. But something held me back, a deep, instinctual caution that felt ancient and cold. Instead of my team, another voice rose in my memory. It was the low, gravelly voice of Simon Agana, a senior ranger I had worked with during my first few years at Lake Clark. Simon was a Yupik man, born and raised in a village on the edge of the park, and he possessed a knowledge of the land that went far beyond what our training manuals could ever teach. He saw the wilderness not as a collection of geographical features and biological systems, but as a living entity, with its own moods, memories, and inhabitants that didn't appear in any field guide. I remembered a specific conversation from years ago. We were weathered, in at a remote patrol cabin, waiting out a storm that had turned out the sky into a churning gray sea. To pass the time, I was telling him about a search we'd just concluded for a tourist who'd wandered off trail. A young man we fortunately found alive, though deeply disoriented. He claimed he'd been following the sound of laughter, what he thought was a child who was lost. Simon had listened patiently, his dark, wrinkled eyes fixed on the flames in the wood stove. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "You have to be careful of the sounds you follow out here, Kenji," he'd said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Especially when you're alone. This land, it remembers things. It has its people. Not just our people." I had laughed, assuming he was spinning a tale for the rookie. "What, like ghosts?" Simon's expression didn't change. It was deadly serious. "No. Not ghosts. Ghosts were once human. These are something else. We call them the Ersenrat, the little people." He described them not as fairies or friendly forest sprites, but as elemental beings, as much a part of the landscape as the wind and the rock. He said they were childlike in their appearance and in their capricious nature, but they were not children. They were territorial, intensely private, and possessed a cruel, almost alien sense of humor. They saw humans as intruders, as noisy, clumsy creatures disrupting the deep silence of their home. They don't usually show themselves. Simon had continued, stoking the fire. They prefer to mislead. A whisper that sounds like the wind. A glimpse of movement at the edge of your vision. The sound of a child crying, just on the other side of the ridge. They lure you. They play with you. They pull you deeper and deeper into the bush, turning you around until your compass makes no sense and the sun is in the wrong part of the sky. A chill had crept up my spine then, despite the warmth of the cabin. And then what? They attack you. Worse, Simon said, finally looking at me. His eyes held a profound, unsettling sadness. They don't need to. They are masters of the mind. They know human weakness. They will watch you, hidden. They will whisper your deepest fears to you. They will mimic the voices of your loved ones, saying terrible things. They will fill your head with despair, with hopelessness, until the world feels like a prison with no exit. They will surround you unseen, and they will watch as you break. They delight in it. And when you are at your most broken, they will watch as you take your own life. For them, it is a spectacle, a great show. He paused, and his next words were the ones that now echoed in my head with the force of a physical blow. They especially like hangings. They find it theatrical. Kneeling there in the mud, the cold seeping through the knees of my pants. Simon's story wasn't a story anymore. It was a field guide to the scene in front of me. I looked up from the impossible footprints to the body of Daniel Cartwright, a man known to suffer from depression, a mind already fertile ground for the seeds of despair. He had walked for 2 days, far from any trail, not aimlessly, perhaps, but drawn.
Lured.
Herded. I imagined him stumbling through the dense forest, hearing things just beyond his sight, his rational mind fighting against the encroaching paranoia, his emotional vulnerability being expertly exploited. I imagined the whispers starting, twisting his own grief and self-doubt into a weapon against him. Then I looked at the small, dancing footprints. They weren't celebrating his death. They were the audience, They had been here for the final act, their silent, gleeful presences circling him as his last thread of hope snapped. This wasn't just a suicide. It was a performance. A ritual. My mistake, and the mistake of the entire team, was our assumption. We saw a man with a history of mental illness and a tragic outcome, and we connected the dots in the simplest, most logical way. We are trained to see the world through a lens of cause and effect, of forensics and psychology. We had failed to consider the context of the place we were in. We saw it as a mental health tragedy, which it was. But we had missed the other, horrifying layer. We weren't just recovering a body. We were cleaning up after a sacrifice. My blood ran cold. I couldn't call the team over. What would I say? Hey guys, forget the report on the deceased's mental health. I think he was tormented to death by malevolent forest spirits. I would be placed on administrative leave before the helicopter even landed. They would think I'd cracked under the pressure of the job. And maybe I had. Maybe I was projecting a ghost story onto a patch of mud. But my gut, that primal sense that keeps you alive in the wilderness, told me otherwise. It screamed at me that what I was seeing was real. And more than that, it screamed that these tracks were not meant to be found. They were a sign of the Ursenret's arrogance, their carelessness after the show was over. Without another thought, I acted. It wasn't a decision born of logic, but of pure, terrifying instinct. I stood up and began to walk over the patch of mud. I dragged my heavy, deep, treaded boots through the small, barefoot prints, scuffing and churning the earth until they were gone. I kicked dirt and fallen leaves over the area, obliterating every last trace. It felt like a desecration, like destroying evidence. But I wasn't destroying evidence of a crime a human court could understand. I was hiding a secret that the human mind wasn't built to handle. I was protecting my team, not from a physical threat, but from a truth that could unravel their understanding of the world. When I was finished, the patch of mud looked like nothing more than a place where a ranger had stood for a few moments. Normal. Explainable. I took a deep, shuddering breath and turned back to the team. They were still working, focused on their grim, familiar task. My face was a carefully constructed mask of professional calm. I never mentioned the footprints in my official report. How could I? But I knew what I saw. And I knew that Daniel Cartwright hadn't just gotten lost in the Alaskan wilderness. He was harvested. Rejoining the team was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. It was like returning from a foreign country whose existence they couldn't even imagine. I walked back into the clearing, my face a carefully constructed mask of confessional calm, but inside, my reality had been permanently fractured. The world was suddenly a much thinner, more fragile place. My colleagues were still focused on the grim, physical mechanics of the recovery. To them, the scene was a tragedy contained entirely within the bounds of human psychology and the unforgiving nature of the wilderness. To me, it was now the site of a hostile, supernatural event, and the air itself felt charged with a triumphant malevolence. Every normal sound was amplified and twisted. The rustle of the body bag sounded like a final, drawn-out whisper. The metallic clink of a carabiner was jarringly loud, an industrial noise, in a place that now felt sacred and profane. I found myself watching the periphery, my eyes darting towards the dense shadows between the trees, half expecting to see a small, pale face peering out, its eyes black and ancient. I helped with the final preparations, my hands moving with an automaton's efficiency, while my mind replayed the image of those dancing footprints, a looping, silent film of impossible horror. The weight of what I knew, and what I had hidden, settled on me like a physical shroud, isolating me from the men I worked with, then I trusted with my life. The hike out was a silent, somber procession. The weight of the litter was shared, but the weight of my secret was mine alone. Back at the station, the debrief was short and to the point. The preliminary conclusion was filed suicide, precipitated by a known history of severe depression. Case closed pending the coroner's report, which we all knew would be a formality. The hardest part was writing the official report. I sat in front of my computer for hours, the blinking cursor on the blank page mocking me. Every word I typed felt like a lie, a carefully constructed piece of fiction, designed to uphold a version of reality I no longer fully subscribed to. I detailed the search grid, the weather conditions, the location of the discovery, the state of the body. I described the scene with meticulous, stereo accuracy, omitting the one detail that had redefined it entirely. I wrote about the spruce tree, but not about the circle of danced, in mud at its base. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I thought about Simon Agana. How could I explain the folklore of the Ersenrat in a government document? I would be a laughingstock, my career over. So I did what I had to do. I lied by omission. I filed a report that was factually correct, but fundamentally untrue. Handing it in felt like a betrayal of Daniel Cartwright, of my duty as an observer, and of my own sanity. The Cartwright case has never left me. It is a ghost that walks with me on every patrol. The wilderness I once saw as a place of profound, indifferent beauty now holds a specific, intelligent menace. It is no longer a neutral ground. I have changed. I am more cautious, more prone to starting at unexplained noises. Before, the snap of a twig in the undergrowth was a squirrel or a fox. Now, my first thought is of something small, something barefoot, something watching. I hear the wind differently, listening for whispers carried within its gusts. I find myself scanning the edges of clearings, not for bears or moose, but for movement that is too quick, too fluid for any known animal. A few years ago, I was on a solo patrol deep in the backcountry. I made camp for the night, and as I sat by my small fire, I heard it, faint but unmistakable, the sound of a child's laughter, coming from the darkness just beyond the firelight. My blood turned to ice. Every instinct screamed at me to investigate, the protective impulse of a ranger hardwired into my DNA. But Simon's voice echoed in my memory. You have to be careful of the sounds you follow out here. I threw another log on the fire, the flames leaping up to push back the oppressive dark. I unholstered my sidearm and sat with it in my lap all night. my back pressed against a large boulder, listening as the laughter would occasionally drift in and out, a cruel, playful melody in the vast silence. It was a test. They were checking to see if I had learned the rules. I no longer look at missing persons cases the same way. When a call comes in about an overdue hiker, my mind immediately jumps to the unsettling questions. Did they have a history of personal struggle? Were they alone? Were they known to be emotionally vulnerable? I see them not just as lost individuals, but as potential targets. I scan the reports for details that others might dismiss as irrelevant. Claims of disorientation, reports of hearing strange noises, a feeling of being watched. To my colleagues, these are symptoms of stress and fatigue. To me, they are the hallmarks of a hunt. I am a guardian of this land, but I now understand that there are things here from which I cannot protect anyone. We operate under the assumption that we are the apex predators, the masters of this domain. We are not. We are guests at best, and at worst, we are a diversion, an entertainment. We see the wilderness as a challenge to be overcome, a resource to be managed. But there are older things here, things that see us as a resource. We search for the lost, but I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that some are not lost at all. They are found. They are chosen. They are harvested. My name is Marcus Thorne, and for the better part of 2 decades, I have served as a backcountry ranger in the Allegheny National Forest. This isn't a job one simply falls into. It's a calling, a commitment to steward a vast and often unforgiving expanse of wilderness. My official duties are varied, encompassing everything from trail maintenance and wildlife surveys to search and rescue operations. However, a significant portion of my time, particularly in the deep backcountry, is dedicated to more somber tasks, patrolling for illegal dumping sites and locating and inspecting the hundreds of abandoned oil and gas wells that pockmark this, like old scars. The Allegheny is a place layered with history, much of it forgotten. It's a forest that has swallowed whole chapters of human endeavor. Beneath the canopies of oak and hemlock lie the spectral remains of old homesteads, their stone foundations now surrendered to moss and root systems. Deeper still, you can find the ghost towns of long, defunct logging camps, where entire communities once thrived, only to vanish when the timber ran out. These aren't just ruins, they are testaments to nature's relentless power of reclamation. For a ranger, stumbling upon these relics is a routine part of the job. You develop a certain professional detachment, an archaeologist's eye for decay. You learn to read the forest not just for what is living, but for what has been left behind. The day in question began like any other late spring patrol. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and blooming mountain laurel, a thick, sweet perfume that clings to everything. My objective was to investigate a series of grid coordinates several miles off trail, a region flagged for a high concentration of unrecorded wells from the early 20th century oil boom. The hike was arduous. I left the marked trail system behind, my compass and topo map my only guides, and pushed into a dense wetland area veined with sluggish, teak-colored streams. This was the kind of terrain most hikers, and indeed most people, would sensibly avoid. The ground sucked at my boots with every step, and the thickets of rhododendron were so dense they formed impenetrable walls, forcing me to follow the meandering path of the water. It was in the heart of this swampy labyrinth that I found it. After hours of navigating the sucking mire, I came upon a small, almost perfectly circular patch of high ground, an island of solid earth in a sea of bog and thicket. And on this island, half shrouded by the grasping limbs of ancient maples, stood a house. It was a 2-story farmhouse, a relic of a bygone architectural style, utterly incongruous with its surroundings. There were no roads, no trails, not even a game path leading to it. For miles in every direction, there was only the primal, untamed wilderness. The house stood in defiance of logic, a monument to some forgotten ambition or a terrible mistake. Its white paint was a ghost of its former self, peeling away in long strips to reveal the weathered, silvered wood beneath. The roof sagged in the middle, a clear sign of a broken back, its shingles a chaotic mosaic of slate and gaping holes. It was an island of decay in an ocean of vibrant, indifferent green. My training, the voice of caution honed by years of experience, immediately flagged the situation. An unmapped structure, no access, potential hazard. But overriding that professional protocol was a profound, almost magnetic curiosity. Who would build a house here? And why? I unslung my pack, leaning it against a tree, and decided a perimeter check was in order. I began to circle the house, my boots crunching softly on a carpet of last year's leaves. The silence was absolute, broken only by my own movements and the distant hum of insects. The foundation was stone, expertly laid, but now surrendering to the relentless pressure of the earth. Windows, like vacant eyes, stared out from both floors. Most were shattered, their frames rotting, dark maws gaping into the interior gloom. The air around the structure was different, cooler, heavier, carrying the unmistakable scent of deep, damp rot and mildew. It was the smell of a place that had been sealed, left to fester, in its own decomposition. As I rounded the back of the building, my eyes fell on the rear door. Unlike the sealed and shattered windows, this door was slightly ajar, hanging crookedly on a single rusted hinge. It was a dark, vertical slash against the pale wood, an invitation into the shadows within. This was the critical decision point. Every instinct, every protocol, told me to mark the location, hike out, and file a report. An unstable, isolated structure was a textbook hazard, but the mystery of it held me fast. My job was to check on abandoned things, and this was the mother of all abandonments. Justifying it as a check for squatters or immediate environmental dangers, I pulled a high, lumen flashlight from my belt, took a deep breath of the clean forest air, and pushed the door open. It swung inward with a low, agonizing groan that echoed in the oppressive stillness. I stepped across the threshold, and the world changed. The temperature dropped by 10 degrees, and the air became thick, cloying, and difficult to breathe. I was no longer in the woods. I was in a tomb. I found myself in what must have been a kitchen, My flashlight beam cut a sharp cone through the darkness, illuminating a scene of arrested decay. It was a perfect time capsule from the 1970s. A thick layer of grime and debris coated every surface. A Formica-top table stood in the center of the room. One of its legs collapsed, tilting its surface at a drunken angle. On the floor, a scattering of water-logged books, their pages swollen and warped into unrecognizable shapes. Against the far wall, a massive console television, its wood veneer peeling, its screen a blank, dusty void. The place hadn't just been abandoned. It felt like the occupants had simply vanished mid-stride, leaving everything to the slow, inexorable power of time and damp. Moving cautiously, my light probing the corners, I passed through a doorway into a living area. The furniture was just as rotted, the upholstery crumbling to the touch. From there, a narrow, creaking staircase led upwards. I tested the first step, then the second. They held. My light danced up the walls of the stairwell, revealing peeling floral wallpaper, the faded patterns like ghostly memories of a life once lived here. At the top of the stairs was a small landing with 2 doors. I pushed the first one open. It led to a small bedroom, containing nothing more than a rusty iron bed frame, its springs exposed and coiled like metallic serpents. The floor was littered with fallen plaster and filth. This was exactly what I expected. It was a ruin, simple as that. Satisfied, I turned my attention to the second door. I had my hand on the knob when I paused. A subtle difference. A feeling. My brain, which had been in that state of detached, idle curiosity, began to stir, a nascent alarm bell starting its slow, quiet chime. Something about this second room felt wrong. I stood there for a long moment, my hand hovering inches from the cool, brass knob of the second bedroom door. The house was a symphony of decay, a consistent and harmonious chorus of rot, dust, and time. Yet, from behind this door, there was a dissonance, a note that was jarringly out of tune. It wasn't a sound, or even a smell that I could consciously identify. It was a pressure, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that my subconscious, haunted by thousands of hours in the wild, registered as an anomaly. The first room was a straightforward ruin. This room felt like a secret. Taking a steadying breath, I finally closed my fingers around the knob. It was cold and smooth, unlike the rusted and pitted hardware elsewhere. I turned it slowly, wincing in anticipation of a shriek of metal. But it moved with a disquieting, oiled silence. The door swung inward without a sound, opening into a darkness that seemed deeper and more absolute than the rest of the house. I swept the beam of my flashlight into the room, and the scene that unfolded before me immediately confirmed my unease. The fundamental structure was the same as the first bedroom: plaster walls, stained with water damage, a floor littered with debris. There was another iron bed frame, identical to the one in the adjacent room, its black paint flaking. But that is where the similarities ended abruptly and unnervingly. Unlike its counterpart, this bed frame was not empty. Upon the rusty springs rested a mattress. It was a simple, modern-looking foam mattress, the kind you might buy compressed in a box online. It was dirty, to be sure, streaked with mud and leaf litter, as if it had been hauled through the swamp to get here. But it was fundamentally intact. It wasn't covered in the decades of grime, plaster dust, and animal droppings that coated every other surface in the house. It hadn't been here for 40 years. It probably hadn't been here for 40 days. My flashlight beam, which had been methodically sweeping the room, now froze, locked onto the center of that mattress. My entire focus narrowed to a single object resting there, placed with an almost ceremonial precision. It was a large, clear Ziploc bag, the kind with the plastic zipper seal. It was perfectly clean, free of even a speck of dust. An object of pristine modernity in a world of decay. And through the transparent plastic, I could see its contents with perfect clarity. Inside, there was a brand new, full-sized bottle of shampoo. The bright green label seeming to glow in my light. Beside it lay a toothbrush, still sealed in its stiff plastic and cardboard packaging. And tucked behind them, folded into a neat, crisp square, were several sheets of white paper. The sight of that bag was like a bucket of ice water thrown in my face. In that instant, my brain, which had been operating in the low-gear state of an explorer's curiosity, slammed into high alert. The lazy, analytical part of my mind that had been cataloging decay and architectural styles vanished, replaced by the raw, crackling static panic of an animal that has just stumbled into a predator's den. The cold feeling of absolute dread that every ranger knows. The kind you get when you find a fresh set of boot prints leading into a blizzard. Or when you realize the bear you're tracking has started circling back on its own trail, washed over me in a sickening wave. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, suffocating silence. This place wasn't abandoned. Not anymore. Someone was living here. Squatting here. Miles from civilization, miles from any road, in a house that shouldn't exist. Surrounded by a swamp that was nearly impassable. And they were coming back. The Ziploc bag wasn't forgotten trash. It was a go bag. It was a cache of essential, clean supplies left in a safe place. A home, my training, the deeply ingrained litany of survival and threat assessment began screaming at me. This is a trap. This is a blind. You are not the first person to find this place. The isolation wasn't a historical accident. It was a feature. It was a defense. Whoever lived here did not want to be found. The thought was paralyzing. I was an intruder. I was an invader in a space that belonged to someone who had gone to extraordinary lengths to remain hidden from the world. My mind raced, connecting disparate threads had, until now, seemed like meaningless background noise. The string of petty thefts from cars, parked at trailheads 10 miles from here, a smashed window for a half-eaten bag of chips, a stolen jacket. The scattered, unconfirmed reports from hikers over the last year, dismissed as rumor of a strange, gaunt man seen watching them from the cover of the trees, someone who would melt back into the forest when spotted. I had dismissed them. We all had. In a forest this size, you get all sorts of stories. But now, standing in the heart of this impossible refuge, those stories took on a terrifying new weight. I had made a catastrophic mistake. My assumption of emptiness, of the past being safely dead and buried, had led me here. I saw a ruin and thought only of history. I failed to consider that the very isolation that made it a ruin also made it perfect sanctuary for someone who had divorced themselves from society. Someone who could slip through the woods like a ghost. Someone who had brought brand new supplies to their hidden home. I didn't go any further into the room. I didn't touch the bag. I didn't call out or announce my presence. My body went into a state of pure, cold autopilot. I calmly, deliberately began to back away. I didn't turn my back on the room. My light remained fixed on that Ziploc bag, a beacon of wrongness in the dark. I retreated one step at a time, pulling the door slowly shut, my other hand guiding it, so it wouldn't make a sound as it closed into its frame. The silent latch clicked into place. Then I turned and moved. Not running, but with a fluid, silent urgency that I hadn't used since my military days. I retraced my steps through the house of horrors, my senses now cranked to an almost painful level of acuity. Every creak of a floorboard under my boots, no matter how faint, sounded like a gunshot. Every rustle of leaves outside, once a soothing sound of the forest, now sounded exactly like footsteps approaching. The damp, musty air seemed to cling to me, trying to hold me back. When I stepped back out the rear door and into the humid afternoon air, it felt like surfacing from a deep, cold dive. I didn't stop. I forced myself not to look back at the house. I grabbed my pack, swung it onto my shoulders, and began retracing my path through the swamp, my eyes scanning the tree line, my ears straining for any sound that was out of place. The entire hike out was a torment. I felt 1,000 eyes on my back. The forest was no longer a neutral space. It was an observing entity. It was his territory, and I had trespassed on its most sacred ground. The journey out of that swamp was the longest and most terrifying few miles of my life. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming. My retreat was a controlled flight, a paradox of speed and stealth. I couldn't afford to run blindly. A twisted ankle or a fall in this terrain would be a death sentence if I was being followed. Instead, I moved with the hyper-focused precision of a hunted animal, placing each foot carefully to minimize sound, using the dense foliage for cover, my head on a constant swivel. The forest, which had always been my sanctuary, had transformed into a hostile, menacing entity. Every rustle of leaves was the sound of pursuit. Every snap of a twig was the crack of a rifle. I imagined a gaunt, shadowy figure flitting between the trees, paralleling my course, watching me with cold, possessive eyes. The feeling of being observed was so intense. It was a physical pressure against my skin, raising the hair on my arms and the back of my neck. I didn't dare look at my map. I relied on pure instinct and a mental image of the terrain, navigating by the angle of the sun and the flow of the water. To stop, even for a moment, felt like an unthinkable risk. The oppressive humidity of the swamp felt like a physical weight, and my pack, usually a familiar comfort, felt like an anchor dragging me down. I fixated on the image of my truck, parked miles away at the trailhead. It became a totem of safety, a steel and glass box that represented the sane, ordered world I had so foolishly left behind. When I finally broke through the last of a thicket and saw the familiar gravel of the access road, a wave of relief so powerful it almost buckled my knees washed over me. I reached my vehicle, fumbled with the keys, and threw myself inside, locking the doors with a convulsive jab of my thumb. I sat there for a full 10 minutes, my chest heaving, my eyes scanning the impenetrable wall of trees. I had just emerged from half, expecting to see a face staring back from the shadows. The drive back to the ranger station was a blur. I made my report to my supervisor, Dave Chen, a man whose face was a permanent roadmap of worry from 30 years on the job. I recounted the events as clinically as I could. The discovery of the unmapped structure, the state of the interior, the newer mattress, and finally, the Ziploc bag. I could see the initial skepticism in his eyes. We get reports of squatters all the time. They're usually hapless drifters or kids looking for a place to party, not methodical survivalists. But as I described the scene, the pristine cleanliness of the bag, the brand, new supplies, the utter isolation, his expression shifted from wary concern to sharp focus. When I told him about the well-oiled door hinge and the feeling of being watched on my way out, he didn't question it. He'd been in the woods long enough to know that sometimes you just know. "You did the right thing, Marcus," he said, his voice low and serious. "You didn't confront. You backed out. You reported. My primary mistake, of course, was one of assumption. It's a mistake that can get you killed in this line of work. I saw a ruin and assumed it was empty, a harmless relic of the past. I failed to consider that the very isolation that allowed it to become a ruin also made it the perfect refuge for someone who did not want to be found. Someone who had planned, prepared, and established a foothold deep in a place no one would ever think to look. The violation wasn't just that I had found his home. It was that I had uncovered a whole hidden existence. Within hours, a plan was in motion. This wasn't a job for a lone ranger. It was a law enforcement matter now. A small, 4-person team was assembled, comprised of 2 of our most experienced law enforcement rangers and 2 county sheriffs, deputies who were ex-military. I provided them with the grid coordinates, a detailed sketch of the terrain from my topographical map, and a step-by-step description of the route I had taken. I wanted to go with them, to guide them back, but Dave forbid it. I was the primary witness, and protocol dictated I stay clear of the operation itself. The next 2 days were agonizing. I was put on desk duty, a purgatory of paperwork and endless cups of bad coffee. Every time the radio crackled, I tensed up. My mind replayed the scene in the upstairs bedroom over and over. I obsessed over the folded papers in the bag. What was written on them? A manifesto, a map, a list of names. My imagination, fueled by adrenaline and lack of sleep, conjured all manner of terrifying possibilities. I thought about the hikers who had reported being watched, about the stolen items from cars. This person wasn't just a hermit, they were a predator, observing the world from their hidden lair, occasionally slipping out to touch the edges of our society before retreating back into the green depths. The call came on the afternoon of the second day. The team leader's voice over the phone was flat, devoid of emotion. "We're at the location, Marcus. We found the house, and..." I asked, my heart pounding. "Did you find him?" There was a pause. "The house is empty, Marcus. Completely empty." I felt a surge of what I thought was relief, but it was short-lived. "What do you mean, empty?" I pressed. "What about the second bedroom? The mattress?" "That's the thing," the team leader said. And I could hear the confusion and unease in his voice now. "There's nothing here. The whole house is exactly as you described. Rotting, full of debris from the 70s. Both upstairs bedrooms just have bare, rusted bed frames. There's no mattress. There's no Ziploc bag. There's no sign that anyone has been here in decades. If we didn't have your word and the GPS coordinates, I'd say this place has been sealed since the Carter administration." A cold dread, far deeper and more profound than what I had felt in the house, settled into my bones. He was gone. In the less than 48 hours since I had stumbled upon his sanctuary, he had packed up and vanished. He had not only removed the mattress and his personal items, but he had somehow managed to erase any trace of his presence. He had scrubbed the scene, restoring it to its previous state of plausible, historical decay. He had to have moved with incredible speed and efficiency, hauling a mattress and his belongings back through that godforsaken swamp, leaving no trail for the deputies to find. He hadn't just left. He had evacuated. He knew he'd been found, and now he knew that we knew where he lived. Or where he used to live. The search turned up nothing else. No tracks, no hidden caches, no sign of the man himself. He had dissolved back into the forest from which he came, a ghost returning to the shadows. It's been a year since that day. I still patrol the deep backcountry. It's my job. But something has changed. The woods no longer feel like home. The silence is no longer peaceful. It's watchful. I find myself looking over my shoulder more, studying the deep shadows between the trees, my hand often straying to the sidearm on my hip. The mystery of the man in the swamp house is an open wound. Where did he go? Is he still out here, in some deeper, more remote hollow in another forgotten ruin? Has he set up a new home? The most chilling thought. The one that keeps me awake during long nights at the station is the knowledge that he's still out there, and he knows we're looking. My name is David Chen, and for the better part of a decade, I've worn the badge of a law enforcement officer with the U.S. Forest Service. My jurisdiction is the Cleveland National Forest, a sprawling expanse of chaparral oak woodlands and pine-covered peaks in Southern California. It's a place of stark, rugged beauty, a landscape that can be as unforgiving as it is magnificent. Most of my days are spent dealing with the familiar catalog of human misbehavior, illegal campfires, poaching, disputes between campers, and the occasional search and rescue operation for a hiker who underestimated the terrain. I've seen strange things, to be sure. You don't work this job for long without collecting stories of odd encounters and unexplained lights in the sky. But nothing, in all my years of service, could have prepared me for what began in the late summer a few years ago. It started not with a bang, but with a series of quiet, perplexing phone calls trickling into the main ranger station. The calls were about a group that had set up camp high on the slopes of Palomar Mountain, a place known more for its world-famous observatory than for unusual campers. The callers weren't hysterical. They were seasoned hikers and local birdwatchers, people who knew the forest's rhythms. Their descriptions were oddly consistent and tinged with a note of deep unease. They spoke of a camp that was too perfect, unsettlingly clean, and just wrong. My partner, Mark, a gruff but good-natured veteran with 20 years on the force, initially dismissed it. Clean campers, Dave. That's a problem we should have more often. He'd grunted over the radio, his voice crackling with static. Let 'em be. As long as they're not leaving trash or starting fires, they're not our problem. But the calls kept coming. A new detail emerged. The campers all wore identical clothing. Black tracksuits and black running shoes. They never seemed to engage in any typical camping activities. No hiking, no fishing, no gathering around a crackling fire to tell stories and roast marshmallows. They simply sat outside their tents in perfect silence. From sunrise to sunset, their faces tilted towards the sky as if awaiting a signal only they could perceive. Curiosity and a nagging sense of professional duty finally got the better of me. One bright, cloudless Tuesday morning, I decided to drive up Palomar Mountain to conduct a welfare check. The higher I drove, the more the air seemed to change. The usual scent of pine and dry earth felt thin, replaced by a strange, sterile stillness. I left my truck at a turnout and walked a final quarter-mile along a fire road. The moment I saw the campsite, I understood what the callers had meant. Unsettlingly clean was an understatement. It was a scene of almost fanatical orderliness, set in a wide clearing where exactly 20 gray, dome-style tents. They were all the same model, the same color, pitched in a perfect grid, 4 rows of 5. The guy lines were taut and angled with geometric precision. The ground around the camp was immaculate, swept clean of every stray pine needle and leaf. It looked less like a campsite and more like a sterile, outdoor dormitory or a staging area for something deeply serious. And then there were the people. Just as described, they sat on small, foldable stools outside their tents, one person per tent. They were a mix of men and women, ranging in age from their early 20s to their late 60s. Each was dressed in the same anonymous black tracksuit and black Nike running shoes. They didn't speak. They didn't move. Their hands rested in their laps, and their collective gaze was fixed on the vast, empty blue of the sky. The silence was absolute and unnerving. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of nature. It was a heavy, expectant silence, like the air in a church just before a sermon begins. I cleared my throat, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Good morning," I called out, my voice steady but my heart starting to thrum a nervous rhythm against my ribs. U.S. Forest Service. Just conducting a routine check. Several heads turned towards me in slow, synchronized motion. Their expressions were unnervingly placid, devoid of curiosity or alarm. An older man, who I presumed to be the leader, rose smoothly from his stool and walked towards me. He had a serene, almost beatific smile, but his eyes were like chips of dark, polished glass. They seemed to look right through me. "Good morning, officer," he said, his voice soft and melodic. "There is no need for concern. We are simply preparing." "Preparing for what, sir?" I asked, keeping my tone professionally neutral. "For graduation," he replied, the smile never wavering. "Our time in these human vessels is coming to a close. We will soon shed these temporary forms and ascend to a higher level of existence." The words hung in the sterile air. It was classic cult rhetoric, the kind of language you read about in psychology textbooks. It was bizarre, to be sure, but they weren't breaking any laws. They were on public land, their 30-day camping permit was valid, and their site was, ironically, the cleanest I had ever seen. I asked the standard questions. Did they have enough food and water? Was anyone here against their will? Was anyone in need of medical attention? To each question, the man, who never gave his name, provided calm, reassuring answers. "We are all we require, officer. We are all here by choice, united in purpose. Our health is perfect as we prepare to leave our physical shells behind." I walked through the camp, making a show of inspecting the perimeter. The people I passed either ignored me completely, their eyes locked on the heavens, or gave me the same serene, empty smile as their leader. It felt like walking through a gallery of living statues. There was no personal touch anywhere. No books, no guitars, no stray articles of clothing. Just the uniform tents, the uniform people, and the crushing, uniform silence. As I was leaving, a younger woman, maybe 25, briefly met my gaze. For a fleeting second, I thought I saw a flicker of something else in her eyes. Doubt, fear, a silent plea. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by the same placid vacancy as the others. The moment stuck with me. A tiny crack in the group's monolithic facade. Driving back down the mountain, I couldn't shake the deep, seated wrongness of it all. The leader's face kept flashing in my mind. He reminded me of someone, and with a jolt, I placed it. He had the same intense, charismatic calm as the photos I'd seen of Marshall Applewhite, the leader of the Heaven's Gate cult. The cult that had committed mass suicide in the 90s. Believing a spaceship was trailing the Hale Bopp comet to take them to a new world. The comparison sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. I reported the encounter to Mark and my supervisor, carefully detailing the language they used, the unnerving orderliness, and my comparison to Heaven's Gate. They listened, but their hands were tied. "They're weird, Dave, no doubt," my supervisor said, sighing. "But weird isn't illegal. They're not a danger to the public, and they claim to be fine. Keep an eye on them. Do your regular check-ins, but unless they break a law, we can't do anything." And so, that's what I did. For the next 2 weeks, the group on Palomar Mountain became a part of my routine. Each check-in was the same. The same silence, the same celestial gazing, the same polite, but distant assurances from their leader. The nagging feeling in my gut, however, only grew stronger. I felt like I was watching a tragedy, a slow-mo itself in slow motion, piece by meticulous piece, right in front of my eyes, and I was utterly powerless to intervene. I was a lawman looking for a broken statute, but the violation I was witnessing wasn't in any legal code. It was happening in the minds of 20 people, and in that silent, orderly camp, I had no jurisdiction at all. The next 2 weeks settled into a disturbing rhythm. My check-ins at the Palomar Mountain Camp became a fixed point in my work schedule, a recurring appointment with quiet dread. Each visit was a carbon copy of the last. The 20 gray tents, the immaculate ground, the silent, black-clad figures staring at the sky. The leader would greet me with that same unnerving, placid smile, his voice a soft counterpoint to the profound wrongness of the scene. "Everything is proceeding as planned, officer," he would say. "We are getting closer." My attempts to engage other members were met with a wall of serene indifference. They were polite but impenetrable. I'd ask a young man if he was enjoying the forest, and he would reply, "The vessel's surroundings are irrelevant to the journey." I'd ask a middle-aged woman if they needed anything from town, and she'd say, "Our needs are no longer of this world." They spoke in unison, using the same strange, detached terminology. They were not individuals anymore. They were a chorus, and he was the conductor. The flicker of fear I'd seen in the young woman's eyes on that first day never returned. When I looked for her, she would either be staring blankly at the sky, or, if she met my gaze, her eyes were as vacant as the rest. It was as if that brief moment of connection had never happened, a possibility that haunted me more than the overt strangeness of their beliefs. Back at the station, my unease became a running joke with Mark. "Checked on your space cadets today, Dave," he'd ask, not unkindly. But I could tell my growing obsession with the group was beginning to wear on him. My supervisor was more direct. We had meetings where I'd pace his office, my hands gesturing as I tried to explain the escalating sense of doom that clung to that mountaintop. "Dave, I've run it up the chain," he said, his face etched with tired frustration. "I've spoken with the sheriff's department. I've even had an informal chat with a friend at the FBI who specializes in this stuff. The consensus is the same. As long as they're not holding anyone against their will, threatening others, or breaking environmental laws, they are protected under the First Amendment. Their beliefs are unconventional, but they are not illegal. Our hands are tied until they make a move." His logic was sound, the logic of law enforcement, the logic I had built my career on. But it felt hollow. It felt like watching someone build a bomb and being told you couldn't intervene until it exploded. In my off hours, I fell down a rabbit hole of research. I read everything I could find on Heaven's Gate, the People's Temple in Jonestown, the Order of the Solar Temple. I studied the patterns, the charismatic leader, the isolation, the severing of ties with the outside world, the creation of a new, shared reality, and the promise of a glorious, transcendent escape from a flawed world. The parallels were chillingly precise. The group on Palomar Mountain was following a well-worn, tragic script. As the third week began, a new element was added to their routine. A sound. It was a low, monotonous humming, a single, sustained note that started at dawn and ended at dusk. It was barely audible from the fire road, a faint vibration on the air. But up close, at the camp, it was an oppressive presence. It emanated from all of them simultaneously, a collective, mindless drone. Hikers started mentioning it in their calls. "It's like the whole mountain is humming," one said, her voice shaky. It wasn't loud enough to qualify as a noise violation, but it was another layer of psychological weirdness. Another turn of the screw. The end of their 30-day permit loomed. This, I knew, was the deadline. In my research, I'd learned that these events were often tied to specific dates, celestial alignments, or anniversaries. The expiration of their legal right to be felt like a natural trigger. My anxiety sharpened into something that felt like a low-grade fever. I wasn't sleeping well, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw their 20 blank faces turned towards the sky. On the 28th day, just 2 days before their permit expired, I made my final official check-in. The air was thick with a tension that was almost palpable. The humming was gone. The silence that had replaced it was heavier, more final. As I approached, the leader met me halfway, his smile wider, more radiant than ever. "Officer Chen," he said, his voice resonating with a triumphant calm. "Thank you for your diligence. Your services will no longer be required after today. Our final preparations are complete. The graduation is imminent." As he spoke, I looked past him at the camp and my blood ran cold. Something was different. It took me a second to process it. Their hair, every single one of them, men and women, had their heads shaved. The identical buzz cuts were a new, shocking step in their methodical erasure of self. And then I saw it. Placed just inside the zipped-up flap of each tent, visible through the fine mesh of the window, was a small black suitcase. A carry-on. The kind you take on a plane. They were packed. They were ready for a trip. A wave of nausea and adrenaline washed over me. This was it. The tidy shoes, the shaved heads, the packed bags. It was the tidiness of a final act. It was the meticulous, deranged planning of people who had completely detached from reality. "Sir," I said, my voice barely a whisper.
What's going on here?
"What are you planning to do?" He simply smiled, a serene, pitying look in his glassy eyes. "We are graduating," he repeated, as if to a child. "We are going home." He turned and walked back to his stool, leaving me standing there, my heart hammering against my ribs. I got in my truck and drove down the mountain, my mind screaming. I called my supervisor, my voice frantic. "They've shaved their heads! They've packed suitcases!" This is happening. Tonight? Or tomorrow morning? We have to do something. I could hear the exhaustion in his voice, the weary resignation of a man bound by rules I was ready to shatter. "Dave, what do you want me to do? Send a SWAT team in because of a haircut? We don't have probable cause. There is no crime. Yet. So we wait?" I yelled into the phone. "We wait for 20 bodies. We wait," he said, his voice firm but heavy. Call me the second anything changes. But I knew I couldn't wait. That night, I sat at my kitchen table, my service weapon lying on the wood grain in front of me. I felt a profound sense of failure. My job was to protect people, to enforce the law. But the law was failing. I was looking for a crime, for a violation of a code or a statute. The real violation was happening inside their minds, and I had no jurisdiction there. The suitcases are what haunted me. They packed for a trip they weren't coming back from. As darkness fell over the forest, I made a decision. Protocol be damned. The law be damned. First thing in the morning, I was going back up that mountain, and I wasn't leaving until I had answers, one way or another. I didn't know it then, but I was already too late. I never made it back up the mountain on my own terms. The decision I made at my kitchen table, fueled by whiskey and a desperate sense of duty, was rendered moot by the piercing ring of my phone at 6 a.m. It was dispatch. My stomach clenched before I even said hello. The voice on the other end was tinny and urgent. It was a hiker, the first one on the trails that morning, calling from the ridgeline overlooking the campsite. He was frantic, his words tumbling over one another. He said the camp was still there, all the tents in their perfect rows, but it was completely, deathly silent. It's the shoes. Man, the hiker stammered, his voice cracking with panic. They left their shoes outside the tents. All of them. Who does that? A cold dread, so profound it felt like a physical weight, settled in my bones. I was already in my uniform, the decision having been made hours before. I'm on my way, I said, my voice a hoarse croak. I didn't bother calling my supervisor. This was beyond protocol now. This was the aftermath. The drive up Palomar Mountain was surreal. The rising sun cast long, distorted shadows across the road, and the familiar landscape of my jurisdiction felt alien and hostile. Every curve in the road felt like a delay, every mile an eternity. My mind was a maelstrom of recriminations and what-ifs. I should have pushed harder. I should have lied, fabricated a reason to get them out of there. I should have seen the flicker in that young woman's eyes, not as a fleeting doubt, but as the last ember of a soul about to be extinguished. My professionalism, my adherence to the rules, now felt like a cowardly excuse for inaction. I had watched them march towards the edge of a cliff for weeks, and all I did was measure the distance to the legal line, a line they had no intention of crossing in a way I could prevent. I parked my truck where I always did and walked the final stretch. The silence hit me first. It was different from before. It was not the expectant, humming silence of their meditations. It was the empty, profound silence of a vacuum. It was the quiet of a place where life had ceased. The scene was exactly as the hiker had described, but so much worse in person. 20 gray tents, zipped tight, gleaming in the morning sun. Outside each tent, placed perfectly parallel to the entrance, was a pair of black Nike running shoes. The laces were tied, and next to each pair of shoes, standing upright and ready, was a small black suitcase. It was a tableau of departure, a gate at an airport terminal for a flight to nowhere. My breath hitched. My training kicked in, a detached part of my brain cataloging the scene, even as my spirit recoiled in horror. This methodical neatness wasn't just weird, it was profoundly deranged. This was the tidiness of a final act, the ultimate expression of their shared psychosis. I drew my weapon, a useless gesture against what I knew I would find. I approached the nearest tent, my heart pounding, a sick rhythm against my Kevlar vest. U.S. Forest Service. I called out, my voice sounding weak and pathetic in the vast stillness. Is anyone in there? Only the wind answered, rustling the dry leaves just beyond the meticulously swept clearing. With a trembling hand, I reached for the zipper on the first tent. The metallic rasp sounded like a scream. I pulled the flap aside and looked inside. The man was lying peacefully on his back, his hands folded on his chest. He was dressed in the same matching black tracksuit. A clear plastic bag was secured tightly over his head with a drawstring. His face, visible through the plastic, was calm, almost serene. He was dead. A wave of bile rose in my throat, and I stumbled back, gasping for air. The sheer, calculated horror of it was overwhelming. I forced myself to move to the next tent, and the next, and the next. My movements became robotic, an automaton of dread. I didn't need to open them all, but some grim compulsion made me check 5 more. Each one was the same. A man, a woman, another man, 2 more women. All dressed in their tracksuits, all with their heads shaved, all lying peacefully in their sleeping bags, all with a plastic bag cinched around their head, all graduated. I stopped, unable to continue. I stood in the middle of that silent, geometric graveyard and finally broke. I radioed for the sheriff's department, for paramedics, for the coroner, my voice cracking as I tried to convey the scale of the scene. A mass suicide. 20 victims. The hours that followed were a blur of yellow tape, flashing lights, and the grim, quiet efficiency of other agencies taking over. The forest was no longer my jurisdiction. It was a major crime scene, even if the only perpetrators were also the victims. I gave my statement, recounted the weeks of check-ins, the strange rhetoric, the shaved heads, the suitcases. I watched as they unzipped every tent, confirming what I already knew. 10 men, 10 women. My mistake, the one that haunts my quiet hours, was in my professional detachment. I saw their bizarre behavior, their strange beliefs, and I filed it away under weird but harmless. I saw their obsessive neatness as a positive, a sign that they weren't the usual trouble-making campers. I failed to see it for what it truly was, the most alarming symptom of all. It was the meticulous planning of people who have completely and utterly detached from reality. A shared psychosis so powerful it had led them to this. I was looking for a crime they could be charged with, a violation of a code or a statute. But the real violation, the real crime, was the theft of 20 individual souls by one charismatic man with a poison promise. And that was happening in a place my badge and my laws could not reach. I saw a group of oddballs, and I missed the fact that I was watching motion tragedy unfold. The local sheriff's department took over the investigation, but the scene told the whole story. They had graduated. The media descended, And for a few weeks, the Palomar Mountain cult was a national story. Then, as always, the news cycle moved on. But I can't move on. It's the suitcases that I see when I close my eyes. They are the detail that haunts me the most. They packed for a trip. In their minds, they were embarking on a grand journey to a higher plane of existence. They neatly folded their clothes, packed their toiletries, and placed their bags by the door, ready for a departure that was, in reality, a final, lonely, and terrifying end inside a plastic bag. They packed for a trip they were never going to take, and I, the man tasked with protecting them in this world, just stood by and watched them leave.
My name is Aisha Hassan. To my former colleagues in the sterile, climate-controlled world of communications engineering, my decision to accept a commission as a United States Park Ranger was an act of profound, almost laughable, career deviation. They saw a promising mind, one honed on the whetstone of signal processing and algorithmic analysis, willfully abandoning a lucrative future for a life of dirt trails and bare warnings. They couldn't comprehend the pull of the wilderness, the allure of a silence that was more than a mere absence of noise. For me, it wasn't an abandonment, it was a pilgrimage. I traded the hum of server farms for the whisper of wind through ponderosa pines, and I had never felt more at home than when I first set foot in the sprawling expanse of Carson National Forest. My background, I admit, is not the typical profile of a ranger. I spent the better part of a decade designing and refining systems that could pluck a single, coherent message from a maelstrom of electromagnetic chaos. My expertise was in filtering, amplifying, and decoding, finding the needle in a haystack the size of a galaxy. But the concrete canyons of the tech sector had begun to feel like a cage. I craved open spaces, the tangible reality of rock and soil, and the kind of complex systems that couldn't be rendered on a flowchart. When a position opened up near Taos, New Mexico, it felt like a convergence of my two disparate worlds. It was here, in the shadow of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, that I first learned of the Taos hum. It was more than a local legend. It was a documented scientific anomaly, a persistent, low, frequency sound that only a small fraction of the population could perceive. I first read about it in a tattered journal left in the ranger station's common room. The article detailed decades of reports from SO, called hearers, who described a maddening diesel engine-like drone. Scientists from the University of New Mexico, engineers from Sandia National Laboratories, they had all come armed with their sophisticated instruments, and they had all left with little more than ambiguous data and shrugged shoulders. The proposed explanations were a buffet of scientific speculation, mass tinnitus, seismic standing waves, secret military communication networks, or even the collective drone of industrial equipment miles away, focused by unique geological formations. To me, it was the ultimate signal processing problem. A persistent, localized, and unidentified signal. It was a siren song for a mind like mine. I believed, with the quiet confidence of a specialist, that everyone else had simply lacked the right tools or the right methodology. They were geologists looking for a sound, or acousticians looking for a source. I was a communications engineer. I wasn't just looking for a sound, I was looking for a signal. I was looking for a pattern, a structure, a message buried in the noise. And I was convinced that in the vast, quiet laboratory of the Carson National Forest, I would be the one to finally capture, isolate, and analyze it. For the first 6 months, my life settled into a comfortable duality. By day, I was Ranger Hassan. I maintained trails, educated hikers on the principles of leave no trace, monitored wildlife cameras, and responded to the occasional call about a camper who'd mistaken a porcupine for a small bear. I loved the work. The physical exertion, the crisp mountain air, the primal satisfaction of looking out over a valley I was tasked to protect. It was everything I had hoped for. But as the sun dipped below the mesas, Painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, my personal project would begin. My cabin became a makeshift laboratory. I had spent a significant portion of my savings on a suite of custom-built audio equipment. This wasn't off-the-shelf gear. I had a set of ultra-sensitive, full-spectrum condenser microphones, capable of picking up frequencies far below the range of human hearing. The infrasound spectrum. I had a parabolic dish collector that could be aimed like a sonic telescope, and a portable spectrum analyzer that could give me a real-time visual representation of any captured audio. My most prized possession was a multi-channel data logger, a ruggedized black box that could record terabytes of data from multiple inputs simultaneously, timestamping everything with atomic clock precision. My methodology was systematic. I identified several remote locations throughout my patrol area, chosen for their acoustic isolation. One was a high, windswept ridge overlooking the Rio Grande Gorge. Another was deep within a silent aspen grove. A third was near the mouth of a box canyon known for its strange echoes. Each week, I would hike out to these sites, secure my equipment, and leave it to listen with its tireless electronic ears. I'd camouflage the gear meticulously, protecting it from both the elements and the curiosity of any passing hikers. Then, a few days later, I'd return, swap out the memory cards and batteries, and bring the raw data back to my cabin for analysis. The nights were a ritual of coffee and concentration. I'd load the audio files onto my powerful laptop, the spectrograms blooming to life on my screen. Vivid, colorful landscapes of sound. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: the low frequency rumble of distant thunderstorms, the signature of commercial airliners flying at 30,000 feet, the telltale vibrations of truck traffic on the highway miles away. I developed digital filters to strip away this known noise, peeling back the layers of the sonic onion. I was searching for an anomaly, a persistent line on the graph that had no business being there. And then, one night in early autumn, I found it. It was from the equipment stationed in the Box Canyon. After stripping out all the environmental noise, a faint but distinct signature remained. It was a series of vibrations hovering between 40 and 80 hertz, right in the primary range reported by the hum's hearers. But it wasn't a constant drone. It was intermittent, appearing for a few minutes and then vanishing, only to reappear hours later. There was no discernible pattern, no regular interval. It didn't correlate with any seismic activity from the USGS database or any known man-made sources. It was a ghost in the machine. A thrill, pure and electric, shot through me. This was it. This was the hum. It wasn't a figment of people's imaginations. It was real. It was a physical phenomenon that could be measured. I spent the next several weeks consumed by it, cross-referencing my data, refining my filters, trying to triangulate a potential source. I felt the exhilarating buzz of imminent discovery. I was on the verge of a breakthrough, of solving a mystery that had baffled people for decades. I saw the papers I would write, the conferences I would speak at. Aisha Hassan, the park ranger who decoded the Taos hum. The hubris of it, in retrospect, is staggering. I saw the hum as a thing to be captured, pinned down, and dissected, like a butterfly on a board. It never once occurred to me that I was the one being lured into a web. The change began not in my equipment, but in my own body. It was subtle at first, easily dismissed. I started getting headaches on my patrols, a dull, throbbing pressure behind my eyes that Aspirin couldn't touch. I blamed the altitude, the dehydration, the stress of my dual life. Then came a more peculiar sensation of faint, buzzing feeling in my teeth, in the very bones of my jaw. It was the kind of sympathetic vibration you feel when you stand too close to a massive electrical transformer. I'd stop on the trail, standing perfectly still, trying to identify the source, but the world around me would be utterly silent save for the wind. The feeling would fade, and I'd shake my head and continue on, unnerved but determined to ignore it. I was a scientist, after all. I dealt in hard data, and these subjective physical sensations were just noise, contamination of the experiment. My own body was becoming an unreliable narrator, and I resented it for that. The night it crossed the barrier from the tangible world into the private theater of my mind is seared into my memory with the clarity of a lightning strike. I was in my cabin, hunched over my laptop as usual. The air was cold, and the only sounds were the hiss of the propane heater and the frantic clicking of my own keyboard. On the screen, the spectrogram displayed the now familiar signature from the box canyon, that intermittent low-frequency ghost. I had a new set of expensive, noise-isolating headphones on, the cups pressing firmly against my skull, creating a pocket of perfect silence so I could listen for the faintest audio artifact in the recording. I was straining, trying to perceive something, anything, in the playback, and then I took the headphones off. The silence rushed back in, but it wasn't empty. Underneath the heater's hiss, something else was there, a low, resonant thrumming. It was so faint that at first, I thought it was an after effect, a sonic illusion created by the pressure of the headphones. I held my breath, tilting my head, every nerve fiber straining. It was there. It wasn't in the air, and it wasn't coming from my speakers, which were off. It was impossibly inside my head, a deep, resonant hum, so low it was felt as much as heard, a vibration at the very threshold of my perception. It was the exact frequency range I had been hunting for weeks. A wave of pure, unadulterated ecstasy washed over me. I laughed out loud, a sharp, barking sound in the quiet cabin. I hadn't gone mad. The opposite had happened. My brain, through constant exposure to the filtered data, had performed a miracle of neuroplasticity. It had learned to perceive the frequency directly. It had trained itself. I felt like a pioneer, not just of acoustics, but of human perception. I had become my own instrument, the most sensitive one of all. I paced the small room, my fists clenched in triumph. The subtle headaches, the buzzing in my jaw, they weren't just symptoms of stress. They were the side effects of my own biology rewiring itself. It was the price of admission, and I had gladly paid it. That night, I fell asleep with a triumphant smile on my face, the hum a gentle, lulling presence in my skull, a secret lullaby that only I could hear. This euphoria, this profound sense of scientific accomplishment, lasted for perhaps a week. I documented everything meticulously in a new journal, this one dedicated to the subjective experience. I described the quality of the hum, its perceived loudness, and how it seemed to fluctuate with my own state of alertness. I felt a strange sense of companionship with it. It was my discovery, my constant companion in the vast silence of the forest. The physical symptoms even seemed to lessen, or perhaps I simply stopped noticing them, reinterpreting them as part of the process. The hum was a constant, a fundamental new constant in the equation of my life. Then the nature of that constant began to change. The shift was gradual, insidious. It was no longer a simple, steady state drone like the idle of a distant engine. I began to notice variations, subtle pulses, rises and falls in amplitude, a cadence. One evening, as I was charting the fluctuations, a cold dread began to seep into the edges of my scientific curiosity. My mind, trained to find order in chaos, started to recognize what it was seeing, or rather, hearing. This wasn't random environmental noise. This was structured. It had the characteristics of a complex waveform, something modulated. It wasn't music, and it certainly wasn't speech, but it possessed a definite, undeniable architecture. There were repeating phrases, rhythmic sequences, and long pauses followed by bursts of intricate, low-frequency patterns. It was a signal. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. All my training, all my expertise in signal processing screamed the truth at me. A simple, natural phenomenon doesn't behave this way. A geological resonance or an industrial byproduct doesn't structure itself into repeating, information-rich packets. Information is the product of intelligence. That's when the real horror began. The elation of discovery curdled into a thick, choking fear. My personal scientific breakthrough felt like a violation. The hum was no longer my secret companion. It was an intruder. It was in my head, and I couldn't turn it off. Sleep became a battlefield. The hum was louder in the quiet of the night, and my dreams were infected by it. I dreamt of vast, geometric shapes tumbling slowly in a black void, of of complex equations scrolling behind my eyelids, all of it underscored by that relentless, vibrating drone. I'd wake up exhausted, the hum still there, a permanent resident in my consciousness. Then it began to carry suggestions. They didn't arrive as words, not at first. They were more like pure, unfiltered impulses that bloomed in my mind with the unassailable logic of my own thoughts. I'd be driving my patrol truck down a familiar road, and a sudden, powerful urge would seize me turn left here. I would find my hands already turning the wheel, guiding the truck onto an old, forgotten logging road I hadn't intended to explore. I'd follow it for a mile, the hum seeming to grow stronger, clearer, before the impulse would simply fade, leaving me in the middle of nowhere, confused and unnerved. I'd tell myself I was just being intuitive, exploring my patrol area more thoroughly. The suggestions grew more specific, more insistent, and began to align with my professional duties in unsettling ways. I'd be hiking near a restricted research area, and the thought would pop into my head, sharp and clear as a command, the lock on that gate is weak. With it would come a compulsive urge to walk over, to rattle the chain, to test the padlock. I knew the area was off limits, home to sensitive ecological studies, but the impulse was a physical itch that I had to scratch. I'd find myself examining the hinges, noting the make of the lock, my actions feeling both alien and entirely my own. The line between my will and the hum's influence began to blur, and the ambiguity was the most terrifying part. Was it truly an external force, or was the stress and isolation finally fracturing my mind? Was I inventing the patterns, projecting my own desire for discovery onto a random phenomenon? My scientific mind fought a desperate rearguard action, trying to find a rational explanation, but the evidence was mounting. The impulses were too specific, too goal-oriented. One afternoon, I was performing a routine check on a communications repeater tower on a high peak. As I unlocked the maintenance shed, the hum in my head surged, becoming a throbbing, almost painful pressure. And with it came the clearest suggestion yet, a thought so lucid it felt like a memory of a decision I had already made: disable the repeater. The primary signal is clearer without this interference. I froze, my hand on the switch. Interference? What interference? My repeater was part of the park's emergency communication network. Disabling it was not just against protocol, it was dangerous. It would cut off a vast swath of the forest from ranger communications. Yet, for a long, terrifying moment, my fingers wanted to obey. The logic presented by the impulse felt correct. The repeater was just noise, polluting a purer, more important signal. My signal. It took every ounce of my willpower to pull my hand back, slam the shed door, and lock it. I stumbled away from the tower, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was a receiver. That was the horrifying, inescapable conclusion. The Taos hum wasn't a phenomenon to be studied. It was a broadcast, a form of communication, or perhaps command, ancient or alien. I couldn't guess. That was seeping into the minds of susceptible people. And my own unique neural architecture, the very thing that made me a brilliant signal engineer, had made me the perfect antenna. It was trying to use me. A person with keys, with access codes, with detailed knowledge of the forest infrastructure. It was using me as its tool. It wanted me to open things, to clear a path, to remove the interference of my own species, for what I had no idea. But for the first time, standing there on that windy peak, I understood that my mistake was one of profound, catastrophic hubris. I had approached the mystery with the detached curiosity of a scientist, never considering that the mystery might be intelligent, that it might, in turn, be studying me, and that it had found me useful. The walk back to my truck from the repeater tower was a descent into a new kind of hell. The crisp mountain air felt thick and suffocating, and the familiar, beautiful vistas of the Carson National Forest now seemed like the walls of a vast, open-air prison. The hum was no longer a background phenomenon. It was a living presence, a predator that had revealed its teeth. It pulsed in my skull with a triumphant, proprietary rhythm. The suggestions had stopped, replaced by something far worsey, a feeling of being watched, not by eyes, but from within. Every thought I had felt scrutinized, as if it were being measured for compliance. My scientific curiosity had been a fool's errand, a child poking a stick into a hornet's nest. I had been studying it, it had been calibrating me. By the time I reached my truck, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely fit the key in the ignition. I drove back towards my cabin, not with the steady calm of a ranger, but with the frantic urgency of prey. Every shadow that danced across the road seemed to writhe with intent. The wind whistling past my mirrors sounded like a distorted whisper. I was trapped in a state of vigilant paranoia, unable to trust the world outside or the landscape within my own mind. The entity, I could only think of it as an entity now, had used my own intellect, my own specialized skills, as the key to unlock my consciousness. It had found the perfect tool, a signal processor who was isolated, obsessive, and arrogant enough to believe she could unravel any mystery without consequence. I burst into my cabin and slammed the door, leaning against it as if I could physically bar the signal. My gaze fell upon my laboratory corner. The gleaming rack of equipment, the parabolic dish leaning against the wall, the tidy coils of cable, it all looked profoundly obscene. This was the altar where I had unwittingly worshipped my own destroyer. My sensitive microphones, my powerful amplifiers, my data logger, they weren't tools of discovery. They were tuning forks. They had been instrumental in attuning my brain to the signal, refining my ability to perceive it, until the hardware was no longer necessary. I was the final component in the circuit. A surge of revulsion and rage, primal and cleansing, overwhelmed my fear. This thing had invaded the most private sanctuary I possessed, my own mind, and I was going to evict it. I was going to sever the connection. I lunged at the workbench, my movements jerky and violent. I grabbed the first thing I could reach, a heavy wrench I used for the truck's battery terminals. With a guttural scream that tore from my throat, I brought it down on the multi-channel data logger, the heart of my operation. The plastic casing shattered, circuit boards cracking with a sound that was immensely satisfying. The hum in my head flared, a spike of pure, static agony, like a sonic shriek. It was rage, its rage, and its anger was the final, absolute confirmation I needed. My scientific journals were next. The one filled with my meticulous data, and the other, my personal log of the hum's evolution. I didn't just rip them up, I fed them to the flames in my wood-burning stove, watching with grim satisfaction as my arrogant hypotheses and ecstatic discoveries turned to black, curling ash. The spectrogram printouts, the complex charts, all of it went into the fire. It was a ritual of destruction, a desperate, scorched earth retreat from a battle I couldn't win. I unplugged my laptop, took it outside to the woodpile, and systematically smashed the screen and chassis with the back of an axe. The hard drive, containing terabytes of the hum signature, I pulverized with the wrench until it was a twisted wreck of metal and plastic. Then came the instruments themselves. I dragged the parabolic dish out into the dirt, stomping its delicate mesh into a useless, concave wreck. I took a hammer to the condenser microphones, shattering their sensitive cores. With every act of destruction, the signal in my head fought back. It didn't use impulses anymore. It threw raw emotions at me. Waves of profound sorrow that made me want to weep for the beautiful data I was destroying. Flashes of cold, logical reasoning that argued this was a catastrophic mistake, a regression to superstition. But underneath it all was a current of pure, malevolent fury that I could feel pressing against the inside of my skull. It knew what I was doing. I was deafening it by destroying the apparatus that had taught me to listen. When it was all over, I stood panting in the middle of my ruined lab, surrounded by the wreckage of my former passion. The cost had been immense, financially and emotionally, but it was worth it. The violent, shrieking quality of the hum had receded, though the low-level drone remained. I knew destroying the equipment wasn't a cure. The antenna wasn't the metal and silicon I had just smashed to pieces. It was the neural pathways in my own brain. I hadn't destroyed the broadcast or the receiver. I had only smashed the radio I'd used to find the station. To truly escape, I had to leave the broadcast area. The next morning, I drove into Taos and put in a formal request for a transfer. I sat in my supervisor's office, forcing a calm, professional demeanor that felt like a cheap costume. I couldn't tell him the truth. He'd have me committed for a psychiatric evaluation. So I lied. I concocted a story about a family emergency, an ailing parent in a city 1,000 miles away who needed my full-time care. I spoke of career burnout and the need for a change of scenery. My supervisor was understanding, sympathetic even. He saw a good ranger who was clearly under immense stress. He promised to see what he could do. The 2 weeks it took for the transfer to be approved were the longest of my life. I performed my duties like an automaton, avoiding the remote areas where I had placed my gear. The box canyon, the high ridge, they were now enemy territory. The hum was a constant, low-grade presence, a sullen, waiting thing. The direct, coercive impulses were gone, but I felt its passive influence everywhere. I felt a pull towards the messes, a lingering curiosity about the locked gates. It was quieter now, more patient. It had learned that brute force didn't work. It could wait. The day my transfer was approved, I felt a flicker of hope for the first time in weeks. I was being reassigned to a small, urban, adjacent national park on the East Coast. A place defined not by profound silence, but by the constant, chaotic noise of civilization. A place with highways, airports, and city lights. A place full of electromagnetic garbage and acoustic clutter. A place, I prayed, where the signal would be lost in the noise. I packed what was left of my life with feverish haste. I didn't look back as I drove out of Carson National Forest for the last time. For the first 100 miles, the hum remained, a faint but steady companion. But as I descended from the high desert of New Mexico into the plains of Texas, I felt a subtle shift. It was fading. With every mile I put between myself and Taos, the signal attenuated. By the time I crossed the Mississippi River, it was gone. The silence in my head was so complete, so profound, it was almost as jarring as the hum itself. I wept with relief. I live in the city now. I'm still a park ranger, but my domain is a managed patch of green wedged between suburbs and skyscrapers. It's a noisy life. There's always the sound of traffic, the drone of air conditioners, the distant wail of sirens. And for that, I am eternally grateful. The noise is my shield, my camouflage. But sometimes on the quietest nights, when the city holds its breath, I can still feel it. It's faint, a barely perceptible vibration deep in the bone behind my ear. It's a ghost on the very edge of my senses. It isn't a command, and it isn't a suggestion. It's just a reminder that it's still out there in the silent places, broadcasting and calling.
My name is Riku Sato. To be more formal, I am Ranger Sato, holding a Master of Science in Geology and employed by the National Park Service. My current posting, and the one I specifically requested, is Death Valley National Park. However, we soon discovered why, who has dedicated his life to understanding the Earth's bones. This place is less a park and more a pilgrimage site. It's a vast, brutal library, where every stone tells a story of unimaginable pressures and unfathomable timelines. Here, the planet's geological processes are not hidden beneath layers of soil and life. They are laid bare, exposed to a relentless sun and an equally unforgiving cold. It is a land of superlatives, the hottest, the driest, the lowest point in North America. For me, it has always been a dream job. It is a geological wonderland. Hawaii, one of the park's most enduring and famous mysteries, at least until recently, has been the sailing stones of racetrack Playa. Imagine a vast, perfectly flat, dry lake bed, Playa, stretching for miles, its cracked mud surface resembling the skin of some ancient, fossilized reptile. Scattered across this immense, empty stage are rocks, ranging from the size of your fist to hefty boulders, weighing hundreds of pounds. And behind many of these rocks are tracks. Long, shallow grooves gouged into the mud, some straight, some curved, some taking sharp, inexplicable turns. These are not tracks left by a single event. They are the accumulated record of journeys made in absolute solitude. For decades, the central question was simple: how do they move? No one had ever seen it happen. The rocks moved as if by an invisible hand. Their silent voyages a profound and unsettling enigma in this land of stark certainties. The mystery was, for all official purposes, solved a few years ago in a triumph of patient, methodical science. A team from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, armed with GPS units and time-lapse cameras, finally captured the culprit. Their findings were a testament to the elegant power of natural forces working in rare concert. It requires a very specific sequence of events. First, a winter rain, just enough to cover the playa in a shallow film of water. Then, a night cold enough to freeze that water into a vast, thin sheet of what's known as window pane, ice. Strong enough to maintain its integrity, but thin enough to be moved. As the morning sun warms the playa, the ice begins to melt and break up into large, floating panels. Finally, a steady, gentle wind, not a gale, but a persistent breeze, slides these massive sheets of ice across the slick, muddy surface below. The rocks, trapped within the ice like almonds in brittle, are carried along for the ride, their weight carving the tail tracks into the soft bed of the playa. It's a beautiful, elegant, scientific explanation. I used to love telling that story to visitors. Standing at the edge of the playa, gesturing out at the silent stones and their mysterious trails, I would lay out the evidence, the methodical process of discovery, the triumph of human reason over the seemingly supernatural. It was a perfect parable for my own worldview, that the universe is a complex machine, but a machine nonetheless. Its gears may be hidden, its workings vast, but with enough observation and deduction, all its secrets can be understood. Every ghost has a scientific name. Every mystery a rational solution waiting to be found. That was my mistake. It was a failure born not of malice, but of intellectual arrogance. I assumed the explanation we had found was the only truth, the complete story. I believed the case was closed. Last winter, the valley experienced a weather pattern that was, for a geologist, the event of the season. A series of storms rolled in from the Pacific, dumping an unusual amount of rain, followed by a cold snap, sent temperatures plummeting, well below freezing for several consecutive nights. The conditions were textbook perfect for stone movement on the racetrack. The long, rattling drive out to the playa, a journey that tests the suspension of any vehicle and the patience of any driver, felt different this time. The air was charged with a palpable sense of anticipation. This was my chance to see the phenomenon firsthand, not through the lens of a documentary or the pages of a scientific journal, but with my own eyes. I planned the expedition with the precision of a lab experiment. I chose to focus my observations on a particularly well-known rock, a prominent chunk of dark dolomite weighing nearly 300 pounds. Over the years, we rangers had developed a habit of giving the more distinctive stones' unofficial nicknames. This one, due to its somewhat stubborn and demanding presence on the playa, Karen. I had my four-wheel drive truck, a full tank of gas, emergency supplies, and a suit of recording equipment. My primary tool was a high-resolution, cold weather rated camera that I would set up on a tripod to capture a time lapse of Karen's expected journey. I wanted my own data, my own visual proof of the elegant dance of ice and wind. I arrived in the pre-dawn gloom. The cold was a physical thing, a presence that bit at any exposed skin and made the metal of my truck door ache to the touch. The playa was transformed. What was usually a mosaic of cracked, tan-colored mud was now a vast, milky, white expanse of ice, glowing faintly under the light of a waning moon. The silence was absolute. It was a silence that felt heavier than mere quiet. It was the sound of immense space, of geological time, a silence that pressed in on the eardrums. I crunched my way across the frozen ground, my breath pluming in the frigid air, and found Karen, a dark, solid shape locked in the ice. I set up my tripod at a carefully chosen distance, framing the shot to include Karen and the distant mountains of the Panamint Range. I checked the settings, secured the camera, and started the recording. Then there was nothing to do but wait for the sun. As the first sliver of sunlight crested the mountains, it was as if a switch had been thrown. The world began to change. The ice sheet, which had seemed so solid, emitted a series of loud, sharp cracks, like rifle shots echoing across the valley. The sound was startling in the profound quiet. The rising sun sent dazzling rays across the frozen surface, and a steady wind began to pick up from the north, sighing across the immense flatness. It was happening exactly as the research predicted. I stood by my truck, a thermos of hot coffee in my hands, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. It was a perfect, observable, repeatable natural event. I watched, thrilled, as the vast ice floe around Karen began to shudder, and then, with a grace that belied its immense weight, the great rock began to slide. It moved slowly, silently, a dark ship on a sea of ice, its new track a clean, dark line against the mud beginning to show through. This was it. This was the truth of the sailing stones. But then I noticed something else. It was a detail so small, so contrary to the majestic, wind-driven spectacle before me, that my brain at first refused to process it. Another rock, a smaller, jagged piece of seanite perhaps 50 yards to my left, had started moving too. But it wasn't moving with the wind. It was moving against it. While Karen and the other, more distant stones were being pushed south by the steady northern breeze. This one was inching its way north, west, directly into the wind. And it wasn't sliding in a straight line, nor was it drifting with a cracking sheet of ice. It was moving in a perfect, deliberate arc. An arc that, if continued, would bring it directly to my position. I stood there, mesmerized, a statue of scientific disbelief. My mind, a machine trained to categorize and explain, began to wear frantically, searching for a rational gear that would engage with this impossible reality. The wind blew steadily from the north, a fact confirmed by the gentle push against my back, and the southward drift of every other moving object on the playa. Yet, this one rock, this jagged piece of selenite, defied that fundamental force. It was a flagrant violation of Newtonian physics, a middle finger to the elegant explanation I held so dear. My first thought was a microclimate, a localized eddy or vortex. It was a weak, desperate hypothesis, but it was the only one I had. In a landscape as vast as the playa, perhaps the wind could behave in strange, unpredictable ways close to the surface. I was an observer of a complex system. My initial data point could be an anomaly. To test this, I took a dozen deliberate steps to my right, moving parallel to the distant mountain range. Boots crunched on the thin ice, the sound unnaturally loud in the charged silence. I kept my eyes locked on the renegade stone, expecting it to continue its baffling but consistent course. It did not. It adjusted. The moment I stopped moving, the rock's trajectory altered. The smooth, impossible arc it was carving into the ice wavered for a second, and then bent, sharpening its curve to once again point directly at my new position. The blood in my veins turned to ice water. This was not a random meteorological event. A vortex doesn't have a target. An eddy doesn't correct its course. I felt a cold dread begin to seep into the foundations of my orderly, scientific world. The phenomenon I was observing had just demonstrated awareness. I was a geologist, a man of rock and time. My instinct in the face of the unknown was not to flee, but to gather more data. I took out my field binoculars, my hands trembling slightly as I raised them to my eyes. I needed to see the mechanism. Was there a separate, smaller sheet of ice moving against the larger one? Was the rock tumbling, or was it sliding? The magnified view provided no comfort, only deeper horror. The rock was not embedded in its own separate ice flow. It appeared to be generating its own friction, melting layer, a thin, shimmering film of water directly at its leading edge, allowing it to glide over the larger, stationary sheet of playa ice. It was carving its own path with a terrifying purpose. And then there was the sound. Through the profound silence of the valley, a new noise reached me, a sound that had been absent before. It was a low, grating, scraping noise. It wasn't the clean shearing sound of a heavy object sliding on ice. This was a grinding sound, like a pestle in a mortar, a sound of abrasion, of something being deliberately worn down. It wasn't drifting. It was hunting. My scientific mind, my entire professional identity, was screaming in protest, offering up increasingly frantic and ludicrous explanations. Static electricity. Some unknown magnetic property of this specific selenite deposit reacting with the iron, rich mud below. These were the death rattles of a worldview that was being actively murdered before my eyes. Every logical explanation I could conjure was immediately contradicted by the simple, observable fact of the rock's movement. It was not just moving against the wind, it was moving with an undeniable intelligence. It had registered my presence, calculated my position, and was now executing a flawless intercept course. The perfect arc it was carving was a pursuit curve. The moment that thought solidified, the geologist in me died, and the prey was born. The vast, open playa. which moments before had felt like a magnificent natural laboratory, now seemed like a horrifyingly exposed arena. There was nowhere to hide. My truck, my beautiful solid metal shell of safety, was 100 feet behind me. It might as well have been 100 miles. I took a step back, a clumsy, shuffling motion. The rock sped up. It was no longer inching. It was now sliding at the pace of a brisk walk. The grating sound growing louder, more insistent. The distance was closing. 50 yards. 45. It never wavered from its path, a predator of impossible nature. I scrambled back, my careful, observational retreat turning into a panicked stumble on the uneven, icy ground. My feet slipped, and I fell hard onto my back, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. The cold of the ice sheet seeped instantly through my jacket, a paralyzing shock. For a terrible second, I just lay there, looking up at the pale blue sky, the grating sound now terrifyingly close. I rolled over, pushing myself up onto my hands and knees. The rock had changed its trajectory again, instantly adjusting for my fall. It was no longer heading for where I had been, but for where I was. It was tracking me in real time. This wasn't a geological phenomenon. This was a geological predator. Panic gave me a surge of adrenaline. I lurched to my feet and ran. A wild, undignified sprint for the safety of my truck. I didn't look back, but the sound was always there behind me, a relentless, scraping pursuit. It was the sound of geology. Waking up. It was the sound of the planet's bones, deciding they were done being passive. I reached the truck, my fingers numb and clumsy as I fumbled in my pocket for the keys. The jingle of the metal felt like a prayer. I jammed the key into the lock, wrenched the door open, and threw myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. The sound of the scraping stopped. I sat there, my chest heaving, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I pressed my forehead against the cold glass of the driver's side window and forced myself to look. The selenite rock had stopped. It sat perhaps 20 feet from my truck, perfectly still and silent in the morning sun. Its track was a long, beautiful, terrifying curve, a line of pure mathematical purpose aimed directly at me. In the distance, my camera, still mounted on its tripod, was a silent, forgotten witness, its lens pointed at Karen, the rock I had come to see, which was now hundreds of feet away. Having dutifully followed the laws of physics, I had come seeking to confirm a known truth and had instead stumbled upon a truth that should not, could not, be known. My mistake was one of intellectual arrogance. I had a neat, tidy explanation for the mystery of the sailing stones, and I believed it covered all possibilities. I failed to consider that the scientific explanation might just be how these things move, not why they move. I thought I was observing a natural process. I was wrong. I was being sized up. I sat in the cab of the truck, the engine off. The only sound the frantic drumming of my own heart and the ragged rasp of my breathing. The sun was higher now, casting the shadow of my vehicle like a long, dark spear across the icy playa. 20 feet away, the selenite rock sat in serene, absolute stillness. It was just a rock again. An inanimate object, a collection of feldspar and hornblende. subject to the laws of erosion and gravity. To any other observer, that is all it would ever be. But I knew better. I had seen its mask of geological inertia slip. I had seen the ancient, patient intelligence that wore the disguise of stone. The silence that pressed in on the truck was no longer the peaceful silence of solitude. It was the tense, waiting silence of an ambush that had been called off. My hands, slick with sweat despite the biting cold, trembled as I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, a vulgar, mechanical intrusion in this hallowed, predatory space. I didn't dare take my eyes off the rock as I shifted into reverse. I backed away slowly, carefully, my tires crunching over the frozen mud. The rock remained motionless. It made no move to follow. It had made its point. The hunt was over, the lesson delivered. We soon discovered why. I continued my retreat for 100 yards before I trusted myself to swing the truck around and head for the dusty track that led away from the playa. As I drove, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The rock was a diminishing shape in the vast, white emptiness. Beside it, a smaller, more distant shape, my tripod, with my camera still mounted, its lens a single, unblinking eye staring at a ghost. The drive back was an exercise in controlled hysteria. Every canyon wall, every towering rock formation, every jumble of boulders by the side of the track seemed to watch me pass. The geology of this valley, which I had once studied with such love and intellectual curiosity, now felt like the anatomy of a single, colossal organism. The mountains were its sleeping shoulders, the canyons its half-open jaws. I felt like a parasite, a flea crawling on the skin of a titan that was slowly beginning to stir. My scientific mind, the part of me that had been so brutally assaulted, tried to reassert control. It whispered desperate, pathetic explanations into my panic. You were hypoxic. The altitude, the stress, you hallucinated the whole thing. The rock never moved. It was a trick of the light, a waking dream. But I knew it was a lie. I had the track marks burned into my memory, the impossible, deliberate arc, the correction when I moved, the final, straight line charge when I fell, and the sound. The grinding, deliberate sound that even now echoed in my skull. No hallucination could replicate the physics of it, the chilling, irrefutable logic of its pursuit. My world had been built on a foundation of observable, repeatable evidence. That foundation had been pulverized. What do you do when the evidence itself is insane? When the data points to a reality that reason cannot accommodate? The central, agonizing question was the camera. It was still out there, a lonely sentinel on the playa. My camera. My evidence. The professional in me, the scientist who lived by the creed of data, screamed that I had to go back. The footage on that memory card was possibly the most important scientific discovery in human history. It was proof of what? A sentient geological life form. A telekinetic phenomenon. A predator that defied the known laws of physics. To retrieve it would be to confirm my own sanity, to prove that what I saw was real. But the thought of setting foot on that playa again, of leaving the protective metal shell of my truck and exposing myself to that vast, aware emptiness, filled me with a primal terror that was paralyzing. What if going back was the test? What if the rock, the entity, whatever it was, had simply let me go, and my return would be seen as a challenge? Or worse, an acceptance of its terms. The footage was a Pandora's box. If I opened it, if I showed it to the world, what would happen? I imagined the sequence of events, the disbelief, the accusations of fraud, the inevitable confiscation of the data by men in dark suits from agencies I didn't know existed. My life would be over. My career, my reputation, all of it, sacrificed for a truth no one was ready to hear. Or perhaps they were ready. Perhaps they already knew. Perhaps all the other rangers, who had spent a lifetime in these wild places, had their own stories, their own quiet, shattered worldviews that they kept locked away behind a professional smile. I never went back to check the camera footage. I reported the trip as a success. I told my supervisor that the conditions had been perfect, that I had witnessed the movement of Karen and other stones exactly as the script's study had predicted. I said the cold had caused my camera to malfunction and the battery to die before it could record anything useful. It was a plausible lie, easily accepted. The camera itself I wrote off as lost, swallowed by the immense landscape. A small sacrifice to the park's budget. I don't want to know what it recorded. I don't want to see a high-resolution, time-lapsed video of my own terror. I don't want to see that rock move with its own impossible agency. Some truths are not empowering. They are simply corrosive. I still work in Death Valley. It is no longer a dream job. It is a penance. I am a custodian of a place I now fundamentally fear. My mistake was not simply one of intellectual arrogance. It was a deeper, more profound failure of perspective. I had a neat, tidy explanation for the mystery of the sailing stones. A perfect little box of human understanding, and I believed it covered all possibilities. I failed to consider that our science, our elegant explanation, might just be a description of the tools these things use, not the intent behind them. The wind and the ice are how they move, but it doesn't explain why they move. I thought I was observing a natural process, a beautiful, mindless dance of physics. I was wrong. I was being evaluated. I was being sized up, and for some reason I will never understand. On that cold winter morning, I was found wanting and let go. My name is Evelyn Reed. That's the name on my uniform, the one etched onto the wooden plaque on my desk, and the one that carries the weight of a 30-year career with the National Park Service. I am a supervisory ranger here in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, a place of such profound and ancient beauty that it can make you forget how easily it can turn deadly. I've spent the majority of my life walking these trails, breathing this air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, and learning the hard, one language of the wilderness. The mountains are my church, my office, and sometimes my adversary. In my line of work, you become intimately familiar with tragedy. You see, for every family that leaves with a camera full of scenic photos and memories of a bear cub tumbling on the roadside, there's another story that ends differently. A twisted ankle on a remote trail, a sudden blinding fog that disorients an experienced hiker, a flash flood that turns a gentle stream into a raging torrent. I've been involved in dozens, perhaps hundreds, of search and rescue operations. We call them SARS. Most are straightforward, if physically grueling. We find our targets cold, tired, and embarrassed, but ultimately safe. Others end in recovery. A somber duty. We perform with respect and a heavy heart. We learn to categorize these events, to process them, to file them away. It's a necessary mechanism for survival in this job. But there is one file in the metal cabinet, in the corner of my office, that refuses to be categorized. It's thicker than the others. Its manila folder softened at the edges from years of being pulled out and poured over. The ink on the original reports, typed on an old manual typewriter, has faded slightly. The name on the tab simply reads Meltone. TSHMAP. It's a cold, official designation for a mystery that is anything but. The disappearance of Polly Melton still haunts the ridges and valleys of this park. And it still bothers me on a level that goes beyond professional duty. It's a splinter in my mind, a question mark carved into the very landscape I call home. Thelma Pauline, Polly Melton vanished on September 25, 1981. She was 58 years old, a wife, a friend, and by all accounts, a woman full of life. She and her husband, Hubert, were not strangers to the Smokies. They were from Florida, but they made the pilgrimage to the mountains every autumn, drawn by the crisp air and the explosion of color that set the hillsides ablaze. Polly was an experienced hiker, the kind of person who understood the importance of proper footwear and carrying extra water. She was fit, energetic, and respected the mountains without being foolishly fearful of them. On that particular Friday, the weather was perfect, a postcard day. Clear blue skies, a gentle breeze, and that golden, late September light that makes everything look soft and ethereal. Polly and Hubert were hiking the deep trail with another couple, their close friends. It's a popular trail, not considered especially strenuous for the first few miles. It follows the creek, with the gentle sounds of rushing water as a constant companion. They hiked in, had lunch by the water, and started back in the early afternoon. This is where the facts begin to blur into the realm of the unbelievable. Polly was a naturally fast walker, her stride long and confident. On the return trip, she gradually pulled ahead of her husband and their friends. This wasn't unusual for them. It was their rhythm. Hubert would see her up ahead, a familiar figure in tan slacks and a distinctive pink and white patterned blouse, and he felt no alarm. The group saw her round a wide, sweeping bend in the trail, a bend flanked by a steep, wooded incline on one side and a sharp drop off to the creek on the other. It was the last time anyone ever saw her. When the rest of the group reached that same bend not 5 minutes later, the trail ahead was empty. They called her name, expecting her to pop out from behind a tree, laughing. The only reply was the murmur of the creek and the rustle of leaves. They walked on, faster now, a knot of unease tightening in their stomachs. Every bend they rounded, they expected to see her, waiting for them, tapping her foot impatiently. But there was nothing. just the empty trail stretching on. The initial call to our station was tinged with confusion more than panic. A hiker, separated from her group. It happens all the time. But as the hours bled into a cold, dark night, and Hubert Melton's voice on the other end of the line grew ragged with fear, the gravity of the situation settled in. We launched what would become one of the largest and most intensive search operations in the history of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. For the next 2 weeks, the Deep Creek area was transformed into a military-style command center. We had rangers from 3 states, hundreds of trained volunteers, canine units with dogs, whose noses could detect a human scent from a mile away, and helicopters chopping the air overhead, their crews scanning the landscape with thermal imagers. We sectioned the area into a grid and swept every single square, shoulder to shoulder. We rappelled into ravines, pushed through dense rhododendron thickets, so thick they call them hells, for a reason, and waded through the icy waters of Deep Creek. We found nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean that in the most absolute sense of the word. We didn't find a single shred of her pink and white blouse caught on a thorn bush. We didn't find her day pack. We didn't find a discarded water bottle. We didn't find a single footprint that could be definitively identified as hers leading off the trail. We found no signs of a struggle, no scuff marks in the dirt. The dogs, some of the best in the country, followed her scent to that exact bend in the trail, and then they would stop. They'd whine, circle in confusion, their noses to the ground, and then look up at their handlers, as if the trail had simply ended, as if Polly Melton had been plucked from the earth by an invisible hand. It was as if she had evaporated. The official investigation considered all possibilities. Did she fall into the creek? We searched for miles downstream. The water was clear and relatively shallow at that time of year. An animal attack. A black bear, the park's largest predator, might have been a possibility, but a bear attack is a violent, messy event. It leaves evidence. Blood, torn clothing, drag marks. We found none. Full play. The FBI was brought in. They interviewed Hubert and the friends until their stories were worn smooth from retelling. They found no motive, no inconsistencies. There were no other hikers on that section of trail who reported seeing anything unusual. The case went cold, but it never truly went away. It became a local legend, a ghost story told around campfires. The story of the woman who walked around a bend and simply ceased to exist. For me, it was more than that. It was a professional failure and a deep personal enigma. It defied all the logic and training that had been drilled into me. In the wild, there is always a trace. A broken branch, a footprint, a scrap of cloth. Nature is chaotic, but it follows rules. What happened to Polly Melton followed no rules I knew. It was a glitch in the system. A profound and terrifying silence in a world that is always making noise. The file remained in my cabinet, a silent testament to the one time the mountains took someone and never even left a receipt. Years pass. That's a simple statement, but it contains a universe of change. Seasons turn in the Smokies with a grand, indifferent rhythm. The vibrant greens of summer surrender to the fiery spectacle of autumn, which in turn gives way to the stark, silent white of winter, and then the tindish of new life in spring. Rangers retire. New recruits arrive with bright eyes and boundless energy, and the park's operational challenges evolve. Budgets tighten. Technology advances, and the steady stream of visitors never ceases. Through it all, the mountains remain ancient and patient. The Polly Melton case file moved from my active desk drawer to the tall metal cabinet, but it never truly gathered dust. It became a part of the park's institutional memory, a ghost story whispered to new recruits to instill a healthy respect for the wilderness. I'd hear snippets of it, often embellished, around the breakroom table or a late-night campfire. They'd talk about a mysterious fog, a creature from Cherokee folklore, or a portal to another dimension. I never corrected them. The truth, in its stark and total absence of clues, was somehow more terrifying than any fiction they could invent. I spoke with Hubert Melton a few times in the years that followed. He called every anniversary for a while, his voice a little thinner, a little more distant each time. He'd ask if there was any news, any new theories, anything at all. He held on to a desperate hope that a hunter would find a bone fragment or a piece of rusted metal from her day pack. I never had anything to give him. Eventually, the calls stopped. I heard through a distant relative that his health had failed, that he'd passed away without ever knowing what happened to his wife. His death felt like a second, final closing of the case. Another layer of silence packed onto the mystery. The last human link to Polly Melton was gone, leaving only the cold facts in a faded manila folder. Life and work went on. I was promoted to a supervisory role. My knees started to ache on long hikes, and the silver at my temples spread. I led other SARs, comforted other frantic families, and felt the quiet satisfaction of rescues and the somber weight of recoveries. Yet, the Deep Creek Trail held a specific gravity for me. I couldn't drive past the turnoff without a flicker of the old unease, a mental image of a woman in a pink and white blouse rounding a bend. The place had become a landmark of the inexplicable. We never received official reports of anything strange, but the locals knew. Other hikers would sometimes mention a heavy feeling on that stretch of trail, a sense of being watched, or the feeling that they were not quite alone, even on a deserted day. They were just feelings, of course, intangible and easily dismissed, but persistent. It was October, nearly 20 years after Polly's disappearance. The park was at the peak of its autumn glory, a Monet painting of impossible scale. The air was so crisp it felt sharp in the lungs, and the sky was a deep, cloudless blue. It was a weekday, a Tuesday, and I had taken the day for myself. The administrative side of my job, the paperwork, the scheduling, the budget meetings, could be suffocating. I needed the mountains. I needed to walk, to feel the dirt under my boots, and remind myself of the core mission, the reason I dedicated my life to this place. I found myself driving towards Deep Creek. I didn't consciously plan it, but my truck seemed to find its own way there, as if pulled by a magnetic force. I told myself I was just going for a familiar hike, a quiet walk along the water. But I knew deep down I was making a pilgrimage. I parked at the trailhead, laced up my boots, and set off. The trail was quiet, almost reverent. The only sounds were the gurgle of the creek, the scuff of my boots on the packed earth, and the dry rustle of leaves skittering across the path in the breeze. The sunlight filtered through the golden canopy of hickory and poplar, dappled the ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. It was peaceful. It was beautiful. It felt a world away from the grim business of SARS and cold cases. I walked for over an hour, my mind calming, the knots of stress in my shoulders beginning to loosen. I recognized the landmarks from the old search maps, the wide spot by the water, where we'd set up a temporary command post, the large boulder shaped like a reclining bear. And then, I knew I was approaching the bend. The feeling in the air didn't change. The sun was still bright, but my own internal weather shifted. My senses sharpened. My heart rate, which had been slow and steady, gave a little kick. As I came around the curve, the same gentle, sweeping bend, where Polly Melton was last seen, my eyes fell on a figure ahead of me on the trail. It was a woman, walking alone, moving at a brisk, determined pace away from me. The distance was perhaps 50 yards. My breath caught in my throat. She was wearing tan slacks and a blouse with a distinct pattern of pink and white. My mind, the rational, 30-year veteran ranger part of my mind, began scrambling for explanations. It was a coincidence, a cruel, improbable coincidence. Maybe it was a relative, a daughter or a niece, walking the trail in a tribute, wearing her clothes. Maybe it was just a random hiker whose taste in fashion was 20 years out of date. All of these thoughts flashed through my head in a microsecond. A frantic attempt to build a wall of logic against the tide of impossible recognition that was washing over me. The way she walked, the set of her shoulders, the pace, it was exacted as Hubert had described it. "Ma'am," I called out. My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet air. "Hold up a second." She didn't stop. She didn't turn her head or give any sign that she had heard me. She just kept walking, maintaining her steady, even pace. A prickle of cold unease traced its way up my spine. I was a ranger in uniform. People stopped when I called out to them. It was instinct. I quickened my pace, my boots crunching louder on the trail. I was walking fast, almost jogging, but a strange, disorienting thing was happening. The distance between us wasn't closing. It was like walking on a treadmill. I could feel the effort in my legs and my lungs, but her figure remained stubbornly fixed in the distance ahead of me, as if the very ground between us was stretching. The peaceful forest scene suddenly felt like a painted backdrop, a stage for a play I didn't understand. She was approaching another bend in the trail, a tighter one this time, shrouded by a thick stand of hemlock. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my professional composure. I couldn't let her disappear around that corner. I had to see her face. I had to know. I broke into a run. My feet pounded the earth, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I watched her disappear behind the dark green of the hemlocks. I reached the bend seconds later, my heart hammering against my ribs, expecting to see her right there, just on the other side. The trail ahead was empty. Utterly, completely, impossibly empty. I stopped dead, scanning frantically from side to side. It couldn't be. The ravine to my left was a sheer, 60-foot drop, a tangle of rocks and roots. The mountainside to my right was a nearcal wall of dirt and rhododendron. There were no intersecting paths, no side trails, nowhere a person could have gone in the few seconds it took me to round that bend. She had just vanished. Exactly like the original report said. Exactly like Polly Melton. I stood there on that empty stretch of trail, my breath catching in my chest, a profound and terrible silence pressing in on me from all sides. The beautiful, sun-dappled forest of moments before had transformed into something alien and menacing. The air grew heavy. The golden light seemed to cool and tarnish, and the gentle murmur of the creek now sounded like a mocking whisper. My body was thrumming with adrenaline, the fight or flight instinct screaming at me, but my boots felt nailed to the ground. My mind was a vortex of denial and terror, struggling to reconcile the impossible thing I had just witnessed with a lifetime spent in a world governed by predictable, physical laws. My ranger training kicked in on autopilot, a desperate attempt by a cornered mind to impose order on chaos. I pulled out my radio, my hand shaking so badly I could barely key the microphone. I didn't know who to call or what to report. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Reed." My voice was a strained, reedy thing I barely recognized. "I'm on the Deep Creek Trail. Approximate location. Grid coordinate." I fumbled for the map in my pack, but my fingers were numb and useless. What would I say? "I've just seen a ghost. I've just witnessed a 20-year-old disappearance reenacted." They would think I was having a stroke or a breakdown. I let the radio fall back into its holster. There was nothing to report, because nothing had happened. A woman who was never there had vanished. I forced myself to move, to examine the scene with a methodical calmness I did not feel. I walked the edges of the trail, my eyes scanning the ground. I peered over the steep drop into the ravine, looking for any sign of disturbed earth or broken branches. I pushed against the dense wall of rhododendron, its waxy leaves cold and unyielding. Nothing. It was exactly as it had been during the initial search for Polly Melton. The scene was pristine, sterile, untouched. It was a perfect, seamless trap with no visible mechanism. The silence was finally broken by the chatter of a squirrel in a nearby hickory tree, and the sound, so normal and mundane, was what finally shattered my paralysis. It was a sound from the real world, the world outside this bubble of impossibility. I turned and walked away from that bend, my pace measured at first, then quickening with every step. I didn't run, but there was an urgency in my stride that bordered on flight. I didn't look back. I felt a palpable, irrational fear that if I did, I would either see the woman again, this time beckoning to me, or I would see nothing at all, which was somehow even more frightening. Every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, every shadow that flickered at the edge of my vision, was a potential threat. The familiar, beloved forest had become a hostile territory. It was only when I reached my truck in the now shadowy parking lot that I allowed myself to stop, leaning against the cool metal of the driver's side door and taking deep, shuddering breaths. The keys trembled in my hand as I jammed them into the ignition. Driving away from Deep Creek that evening, I felt like a survivor escaping the scene of an accident. A deep, cellular shock settling into my bones. In that moment, and in the sleepless nights that followed, a horrifying realization began to crystallize in my mind. For 20 years, I had viewed the Polly Melton case as an observer. I was the investigator, the ranger, the one looking at the facts from the outside. I had analyzed the maps, read the reports, and interviewed the witnesses. I thought I was studying a historical event, a strange but static moment frozen in the past. I was wrong. So profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. Standing on that trail, I understood that the phenomenon, whatever it is, wasn't just something that happened to Polly Melton. It was something that happens on that stretch of trail. I hadn't seen a ghost in the traditional sense, a lingering spirit tied to a place of death. It felt older, more impersonal, more elemental than that. It was like a glitch in the fabric of reality, a corrupted piece of code that runs on a loop, waiting for the right conditions, the right person, a reenactment, a trap. My mistake was in thinking I was a passive observer to this strange event. I wasn't. The moment I saw that woman in the pink and white blouse, the moment I felt that jolt of recognition and the instinct to follow, I had ceased to be an investigator. I had become a participant. The phenomenon had noticed me. The empty trail ahead wasn't just a place where she had vanished. It was an invitation. The performance was for my benefit, a lure cast specifically for me. This thought chilled me more than any ghost story ever could. What if Hubert and his friends had been just a little bit slower that day? What if Polly, in her brisk pace, had rounded not one, but two bends before they reached the first? What if the person meant to witness her vanishing, the next link in the chain, was supposed to be her own husband? And what about me? I had seen the reenactment. That was my invitation to follow, to walk around that final bend and take my place in the mystery. For a few terrifying moments, I was the next person in line to disappear from the world, to become another faded name in a manila folder, another ghost story whispered to recruits. I was lucky. Perhaps it was my ingrained ranger skepticism, that small part of my brain that was busy trying to debunk what I was seeing, that saved me. Perhaps I simply didn't follow far enough. I didn't accept the invitation. I saw, and I hesitated, and in that hesitation, the door, or the glitch, or the trap, closed. I never filed an official report. I couldn't. I wrote down everything I saw, every detail, every feeling, in a private journal that I keep locked in my desk. It's the unofficial addendum to the Melton file. I've never hiked the Deep Creek Trail again. My official reason is that there are hundreds of other miles of trail in this park to explore. The real reason is that I am afraid. I am a supervisory ranger with 3 decades of experience. I've faced down charging bears and stared in the abyss of flash floods. But I am afraid of that quiet, sun-dappled bend in the trail. I don't have any answers. I don't believe in portals or time, slips in any scientific sense. But the mountains are older than science. They operate on a different time scale, with a different set of rules that we, in our fleeting existence, can only dimly perceive. There are places in this world where the veil between what is and what we think is thin. That stretch of trail along Deep Creek is one of those places. It holds a cold and patient hunger. It replays its story, waiting for someone to walk into the scene. Polly Melton was just one of its victims. And I, for one terrifying afternoon, was almost the next. I didn't solve the mystery. I just barely avoided becoming a part of it.